all tired. And then we're gonna look at our party of 4 distraught heroes and figure out what to do with them. Because we still have one region left to get to the mountain, but I'll have you know that I have picked myself up a trophy. Right there. The unabridged edition, the trophy of the librarian. I did it. Hooray! We made it through the library. And while we did not escape unscathed, I think our scars are a bit more mental than they are physical, which is exciting. Because the last few times, actually every time I've played the librarian, I have not survived. I might have had a character live through the fight, but they did not survive anyway. Thanks, Sister Puppy. I'm feeling better, yeah. I'm still not fully there.
Your coach must be maintained if it is to carry you where you must go.
I'm still not completely there. I'm very, very tired right now. But this is more inconsistencies in sleep schedule and whatnot.
Repaired and refurbished.
So
Ready for the
we will be able
leads
to enter the mountain now. I don't know if that means we'll survive. But I can finally approach the second confession boss. And I find this very exciting. Very exciting indeed. The golf stream gives you a mild climate. Yeah, the golf stream's stopping. I could see that. I could see that being very bad. I still have a kitty floof on my desk. He's just so cute. I just want to boop him. I just want to squish him. Like, this cat really gives me the squishy impulses. So, all right, let's get everyone on the same page, because it has been a minute since we last streamed. It's been 5 days actually, because the last 2 days I was not with it. Anyways, we have made it through actually 3 regions, because as I've learned, if you go through the sluice, the area with the pigs, that region does not actually count as a region.
Everywhere in need.
So we've actually have passed through 3 regions previously to get to the mountain, but we have to go through a 4th because the sluice doesn't count. And now we know that, right? So we have to pick where to go. The Tangle versus the Shroud. We have already been to the lair and obtained a trophy. Heck yes. Finally killed the librarian. I'm really proud of this. If nothing else, I finally beat the librarian. I am debating switching out my stagecoach items. You can unlock more slots for your stagecoach. Each slot allows you to install an item to your stagecoach, which confers various benefits to the player as you go. So I have a pet, a pygmy police skin, that gives me an additional 10% healing received from skills per medical gear item equipped. So I assume what this means is like my plague doctor heals an additional 10% per medical gear item equipped. So I have 2 sets of medical gear. We have an alembic and retort, which has a chance to produce concoction and powder items before each location. We have a mortar and pestle, which has a chance to produce poultice items before each location. So these 2 things, I assume, give me an additional 20% healing. So, like, if we go back to the inn, the way I interpret this is battlefield medicine actually heals 40%. And Cauterize actually heals 45%, that kind of thing. I'm not fully certain on that. But I could swap out my pot and still, which has a chance to produce whiskey items, with a surgeon's table for the additional 10% heal. Oh, great. Ben's here. Ben is late because someone forgot to ping in the Discord. You are correct. I did forget to ping Discord. Sorry. I'm not fully with it. Oh, hi. Live, actually. There. Oh yeah, Wayne June. Wayne's a legend. Agreed. How's it going? How am I feeling? Ben, it's going. I'm feeling okay. I'm headachy. I'm achy. I'm tired, but I'm here. I'm feeling better today than I have been over the last 2 days. So, yeah, I didn't really know what to play today because I'm just so fatigued. I figure we'll just keep playing Darkest Dungeon because I've been on a Darkest Dungeon kick. We were just discussing how if I was to swap out this stagecoach item with my pot and still, we'd have a 10% chance to remove a disease after each location, but also, I think that would give us 30% healing received from skills. The whiskey is also nice as well. That whole time we accumulated 2 whiskey flasks, and what that does is it allows me to potentially improve relationships in the party. I don't know that I did anything with... Uh-oh. Mallory and Stephanated are unfriendly. We should probably fix that. Weren't they... I feel like they were buds before we left the last region. Yeah, we don't have any conditions from in items, so we're gonna have to give everybody some noms. How are you feeling today, Ben? Whoa, 6 out of 20? These two. Oh no, now they're... I gave them the whiskey bottle and they had a fight about politics. At least, that's my headcanon. They just had a whole debate over politics and got angry with one another.
Conventional fare, but fairly priced.
Oh, your wife is still down and out with COVID still? Oh no. She's had it for a little while.
Comfort on the road to damnation.
Alright, so
Something
what
to
I
ease
am
the rigors
looking
of the road.
for is any item that's going to help improve relationships with the party. This one will, but it slows them down. Let's just do it anyway. That stinks. I used the good whiskey to try and make their relationship better, and it just made it worse. They're very likely to form a bad relationship right now. 43% chance to form a negative relationship. That's just bad news. Okay, we're back up to 6. 7. Okay, those two are up to 9, which is neutral. Okay. Unfriendly. So the pipe weed is annoying because it actually slows their speed down. So we have -2 speed on the Plague Doctor. Oh, hemorrhagic fever. There is disease. That makes it more worthwhile to me to actually swap the pot and still with this.
Configure.
10% chance to cure that after each
challenge
location?
on its own terms.
Seems good to me. Stun resistance. We got 40 stun resistance on our man-at-arms. 40, 40, 20, 60. Let's give it to our runaway. And then some fire resistance. I don't think we really need that. We're all pretty dang fire resistant. On account of just going through the library. There's some trinkets though. Oh, why didn't you all tell me the doggo was gone? Pupper's Go-Go. Oh, 9 days. Oh, wifey, I'm sorry. That stinks. Everyone's got their combat items though. That'll work for now. We've got 16 relics and 34 baubles. 16 relics. We could buy some more stuff. Nothing else helps with party relationships though. There are whittling tools, which are good for stress, and we are kind of a stressy bunch right now, but I actually know we did cure a bunch of it. I think we just gotta be prepared for these two to form a bad relationship. 38% chance of badness. What chapter is it? This is confession number 2. This is confession 2, so chapter of resentment. We played through Denial a few times last week and got strong enough to beat the librarian without dying ourselves.
Experience, however painful, is the greatest teacher of all.
I almost forgot to spend my mastery points. Oof, that would have been bad news. Oh yeah, and we unlocked a bunch of new skills too. I forgot all about that. The Plague Doctor stuff hasn't even been updated. Indiscriminate science. I don't think would be good with this group. I'm gonna have to remind myself what all of these things do. Still haven't upgraded battlefield medicine. Upgrade defender. What should we give you? A better heal? Fairly certain this will be good because if we're going to the Tangle, which gives us more mastery points, the Tangle, I believe, causes a lot of bleed. I guess let's grab blinding gas. So yeah, the Tangle. There's minus 100% field hospitals, but we want to visit 2+ Oblivion ingresses, and if we succeed in that, we get 3 mastery points, which would be 3 additional mastery points before we go to the mountain. The Shroud, on the other hand, wants us to win 3 resistance encounters, and the region has thick mud, which gives, I think, everybody movement resistance, and if we do the thing, we get 4 candles of hope. We also get candles of hope, I think, for doing Oblivion's ingresses, so let's go to the Tangle.
Mud and rain, resignation and death. This land is truly barren.
And the only thing that's worth saving these relics for would be the future inn, or the Hoarder, because we're not going to have any field hospitals. Yeah, let's save them. Okay, chat, are you ready? Are you ready for this? This is the final region, and then we go to the mountain for the Confession to boss, which I did not do last week because the stream went so long. Y'all got extra stream out of me last week, like all of last week. Maybe that's enough to make up for one missed stream this week. Oh, we got lucky. No negative relationships were formed this time. No positive relationships either, but... Was this the party that was amorous? Like, we had a love triangle? ADD schedule confirmed. You get your hours when you get them. You get your hours when you get them.
War. Rewards only. Resignation.
If you see a region with an underground icon, take it. It's different than the others. Yeah, so we went through the sluice, which was underground. That was super interesting. We have to pass through... Everything is scouted. This is nice. 2 Oblivion's ingresses. There's 1. And 2. So we have to go this way in particular. But we can pass through a hero shrine. There's 2 hero shrines. There's a hoarder here. What are goals? Use Pouch of Life 4 times. Do we even have Pouch of Life? I don't think so. Okay, so let's go that way. And then go that way. And then go that way. We could go to a hero shrine. Oblivion's Ingress. Oblivion's Ingress. So we have to end up here. Oh, are you finally upset with me, kitty cat? Are you finally upset? Yeah, go sit on your tree. Go be the camera for the day. Yes, do it. Do it. Do it. No, no, go the other way. Ow. I bonked my knee. Ouch. Whoa, my keyboard is so warm from where his head was. Okay, I can't decide. Let's just go. Let's take the middle route, all right? We'll go middle. Let's go mid.
A rare opportunity.
Heard that
Let
cat.
us advance unimpeded.
He left. Is this just me, or does it feel like the stagecoach is moving slower? my voice cracked. Does it feel like the stagecoach is moving slower? New setup doesn't make noise when I hit my knee. So I moved my drawer to the other side, and so I was not expecting it to be there. Let's see. We get flame. If we help these poor souls out, they can give us 30 flame and food. If we give them relics, we get 45 flame. And if we do this, we get scouting, but everything is already scouted. So let's take the flame and the food. Inanimate objects moving is the worst. Cool, so we get some stale bread and some slimy stuff. So from here, I think we should go to the hoarder. Nobody wants to go that way. I want to go that way. Yeah, so my drawer was on the other side. My desk's control for height was on the left and the drawer was on the right. And I swapped them. And so that is the second time this morning that I've smacked my knee on a desk that didn't used to be there. Chat, tell me a story. Wake me up before I go back to bed. He's got some pipe weed. He's got a lot of really nice trinkets that I just straight up cannot afford, which is unfortunate. Because my favorite trinket is here again, tantalizing, torturing me with my inability to afford it. Fate's Foreteller. It's such a good drink. It also greater heat shield. I have no idea what to expect from the final boss. I've never seen them before. Don't ask me. What take? I don't know. You guys haven't waited on the phone for an hour to ask you the following. I can't print the form. Can you email me a copy? What? How? We need signatures and ink for reference. Okay, that makes... That helps a little bit.
We must keep moving.
You must keep moving, Wayne June. Do I have a story to tell from yesterday? Yesterday, I got so
Pity a soul
angry.
so twisted by despair.
A forgotten outpost! Everyone's in agreement. We fight. We fight. We stab. We stab, we fight. We stab and we fight. We stab and fight. Yeah, I was so grumpy yesterday because I was trying to fix the lighting and nothing was working. And I was just like, why is everything broken? Emotional dysregulation. So Entree actually like looked at me and was like, Jess, I think it's a good thing you're not streaming today because you are grumpy. Like GRUUUUUMP. You are grumpy. Good old Jess. Rawr! Yeah, I was so just such a big grump. I don't really have any other stories to tell though. That was it. I must have done something else with my day yesterday. Like well, you know what? I finally scheduled last week's YouTube VODs. If you do follow the YouTube, you might have noticed that I did not get my VODs up on time. I tried, okay? It just wasn't happening. And I updated all the things on my computer. That's something else exciting that I did.
Extinguished at last.
I had all these updates. Like, Notepad has been telling me that it had updates for, like, literally months. Maybe more like... Oh my gosh! I'm 21! Maybe not even months. I want to say, like, a year. Notepad has been like, hello, I have an update for you. Would you like to update it now? No. No, I would not. And I updated OBS, which seems to have worked out okay. Wow, that was with vulnerable and everything.
This is no time to falter.
Death's Door already? Already Death's Door?
Self-reliance.
It's okay, she got a crit heal on herself. That was pretty much it. I had a very uneventful day. Very uneventful indeed. I feel like I should heal. Hi, Lemon Ducky! How are you? Did you have an eventful day yesterday? Did you have an eventful weekend? You all had a very long stream break from me and my Darkest Dungeon addiction.
crisis, we can rely only upon each other.
I think this is okay though. Like I've been feeling very self-conscious about how much I've been playing Darkest Dungeon. But then I've just kind of come to realize it's all right. It's called being into a game. Wanting to see the story through. We crit again for 21? That seems to be their lucky number. Whoa! You wanted the grilled cheese, but the bread choices were not ideal, so you got cheese buns. Cut them in half, turn the cheese side in, and grill them that way. Well, watch out, Gordon Ramsay. Yeah, nice job. Look at you. Look at you being all smart and stuff. Yesterday you did. You had this meeting thing at your department, ending with a fancy dinner. Fancy dinner time. That is excites. Whoop! No extra heals for me. What did you have for this fancy dinner of yours? An early experiment. It's a Plague Doctor trinket. If a noxious item is equipped, +2 poison dealt. Apply on hit. Disorienting blast skills to blight 50%. That seems good. Do I have a noxious item equipped? Obnoxious items.
The loathing abates.
The loathing. I don't. If a noxious item is equipped, I have an indelible trinket. Disorienting blast. Is that like a specific skill? Or is blinding gas considered a disorienting blast skill? I don't know. I'm not gonna swap them out though. So from here, I think we have to pass up this particular hero shrine. We don't actually, because we could go straight through the hero shrine to another encounter, to an assistance encounter, then to the Oblivion's Ingress. Passing unique liquors. Let's see where everyone wants to go. I don't think I should pass the hero shrine. Yeah, okay. Hero shrine it is.
You get there.
Fear and loathing in the forest. Fear and loathing. In Las Vegas is the name of a Japanese metal band. They do the outro for Hunter x Hunter, and it is a banger. Like, holy moly, put that song on, crank it up to 10, and just be ready to shred your ears. I'm gonna add that song to my Spotify playlist real quick so I can listen to it later. Fear and loathing in Las Vegas. Yeah, the song is called Just Awake. You had the Vice Chancellor doing a speech about the future of the university. Spent a bunch of time talking about how to achieve success, but you don't think they ever talked about what we could actually accomplish as at a university in terms of, say, teaching students or doing research. Aside of how good that would be for the university. Felt like they were aiming for success for the sake of success. Aiming for success without a plan? Fear and Loathing is a movie about Hunter S. Thompson's adventures, also a book. My nose is running. I bet I gotta go catch it. The IMB description. An on-ball journalist and a psychopathic lawyer traveled to Las Vegas for a series of psychedelic escapades. So, is this where the band gets the name? Is Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Okay, so are you saying that this is a movie I should put on my watch list?
Cannot be walked alone.
Hello, Emmy. Emmy, 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 Emmy. Critical 37 death blow. Emmy, 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 Emmy. Emmy's been chasing flies. It's like her new favorite thing. Chasing flies and murderizing them. You really enjoyed it? What should I do? Flies are fun protein snacks. Yeah, she was like torturing a fly yesterday. Just torturing it. Like she mostly killed it and then was just like, I am a cat. Poke poke. Poke poke poke, and it's like, oh, just kill me. And she was just like poke 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 poke. Poke. Poke poke poke. I had to spare it. I took a shoe and I squished it and I felt really bad. I'm that person who's like, I'm sorry that I killed you, but it felt like it was more an act of mercy because she was just torturing it like a cat would. Whoa! Big death blow. Here, briggin'. That's what the Man-at-Arms just said. With Taunton. Emmy, what are you doing? She's just the cutest thing. Come here. Come here, Emmy. She's like, no, I'm gonna run. Oh, look what I got. I got a Doge. I got a Mr. Kuma.
Well done.
Whoa, well done. Let's get a quick stress heal in. Okay. I don't believe we're gonna be able to do any more healing. Tracking shot point. Okay. Yeah, we can mostly just cure the burn, or we could actually pop off some health bars, or we could just throw more things in their face. Now our Man-at-Arms goes first. Gets the combo, gets the heal, and death blow. That daze was good. It was a good daze. Good days, bad days. I know I've had my share. Is it just really trying to tell me that because of a clarifying poultice she's got extra resistance? Oh, chat. May has flown by. Like, this whole year has flown by. Oh my gosh, the librarian's head is, like, pinned to the back of my stagecoach. I just noticed. That's gruesome. Yeah, this whole year has just flown by. I have no idea who to go with. I think everybody's on chapter 2. Let's pick the highwayman, Alistair.
Chapter 2.
Oh,
Laying low.
no. We were only on chapter 1.
Harried by a pursuing garrison, he took refuge in the fetid canals of the city. Concealment took its toll, and soon he began to see himself in the furtive, scurrying pests that formed an unfortunate portion of
So,
his
that word is
meager
pronounced
diet.
fetid. I've been saying
Freedom
foided.
once so fondly imagined had become a vortex of degradation.
Laying low. He became a mouse. That's what I got from that. Open vein. Oh, yeah, I forgot all about this ability. I forgot all about open vein. That
The loathing whispers.
is a Darkest Dungeon 1 ability. It's a bleed. I feel like I want to try it out. Okay. Yeah, so May has just utterly flown by. This whole year has flown by, and I find it very disorienting. Okay, we still haven't cured hemorrhagic fever. Kind of forgot about it, if I was being honest. Everybody wants to run. No, it's not true. We have 2 that want to fight. And the runaway wants to run away. Our relationships are not looking good. That is not what we want. Before going to the confession boss. Yeah, let's smokescreen the one with the big crossbow because they're the ones that tend to do bad stuff. Okay, that was alright, but a little stressful. They have a lot of bleed and blight resistance. Let's just give ourselves
In
some
crisis, we can
resistances.
rely only upon each other.
We did not miss that one. I think we gotta take a stress heal for both of them. Yeah, so this month has flown by. I just, like, I'm honestly just a little surprised by it. And this whole year, too. Like, had a lot of plans and stuff for this year, and I am just completely behind, it feels like. Not only does it feel like it, I know I'm behind schedule.
Slow suffering begins.
Yeah, the crossbow causing a bleed on everybody is no good. Alright, let's use the healing salve on the highwayman, and then we're gonna battlefield medicine ourselves.
Collaboration confers advantage.
If the Plague Doctor has 28 HP and we're healing for 11 out of 28, 14 would be 50%. So we're healing for 30? What's 15 divided by 5? 3? 40%. 30-something% heal. Heals 25%. Plus the indelible trinket gives an additional 25. That adds up to 45%. But then what about the stagecoach items? I feel like we should be getting bigger heals from that. Because the stagecoach items themselves say that we heal 10% more from skills. I think I must not be understanding how it's adding them up. Can confirm 2023 has felt weird time-wise. Fear and loathing on the campaign trail is great as well. These are two things I've just not heard of. Okay, no more bleeding from you.
A petty hindrance.
I mean, every year since 2023 has felt weird. Time-wise.
This wound, at least, has
So,
been
wait,
tended
every year
to.
since 2020 has felt weird time-wise. There we go. The drummer is going next. Our man-at-arms can get the full heal off of this baddie. I think we should probably heal ourselves. Andreas Thompson was a deeply weird dude. As are we all, am I right? I'm actually really liking the change. The change being moving my desk in here into the master bedroom. So I don't actually know what the square footage of this room is, but I'm willing to say that this room is probably 3 times larger. And the office was 100 square feet, which is 9.3 square meters. And so Solentre and I we're basically putting both of our desks in there. We both have 6-foot desks. 6 foot by, I don't know, 3 feet. Plus all the pets and stuff. Like, it was a very, 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 very cramped situation. And
Straightforward.
I found myself like streaming and then just being like, I don't want to be all
Empowered,
tucked up
emboldened.
in that room anymore. And so I wouldn't go back in. I wouldn't like move myself back to the office to get extra work projects that I needed to get done completed, because I just couldn't like stand being in the space any longer. But like now the way we have it, I should have taken a picture after I had broken everything down. I was very upset with myself because I realized like I should have taken a picture of the previous office versus the new office. I felt so silly. Oh! What? Do? The drummer is going to die. Death before dishonor. Yeah. Death before dishonor. And our runaway's very stressed out. So suddenly we just have like so much more room to do all the things, and I feel like it's gonna help me get back on track with a lot of projects. Because I have essentially found myself just really unable to get my work done. Because I was feeling cramped and claustrophobic and a little depressed in my workspace, you know?
Just a little. These seasoned soldiers were deployed to a winding front. meant to prevent the cult's descent from the mountain.
Personally, you would just run away instead. Just like the runaway. We run. Is she up to 10 stress? She is. She has 10 stress right now. How? But her resolve is not tested. Relics, flame, food, food. In exchange for relics, we get a lot of flame, combat items, armor. I feel like food would be really good, but I don't want to get rid of my relics. Take a combat item. A glimmer of hope.
Your coach is laden. You can carry no more.
I am over encumbered. You've been craving this song. No need to be sorry. We could use a change of mood. Who was going to tell people of your dishonor anyways? Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Why die? If you could just run away. I have no idea what to throw out. See, this is the problem. I'm gonna get rid of the Highwayman's Trinket, True Entropy, and add one random token. It doesn't say good token or bad. Hold on to it for now, but that's probably what I'm gonna toss next. We have to go to Oblivion's Ingress. Elisadel is going to have a mental break.
Waiting in ambush for unwary travelers.
Okay, am I getting like 5 frames playing this game right now? What the heck's going on? Oh, we got a stress heal. That's good.
Emptiness and dissolution have wormed their way into the world.
If I take her option, she get a stress heal? She was at 10 out of 10 stress. Luckily, she's at 9 of 10 because I can hopefully give her a stress heal before a meltdown happens. I updated everything and now my software is haunted. This is why we never update anything! He seems tens. You seem tens. Stress heals required! Alright, bolster. That gives us a block plus and a nice stress heal. Oh, we needed that, chat. Oh, I was so confused. Like, who's talking to me right now? I just have a button on my stream deck to play that song right off of Blind's YouTube channel. And so it just auto-played his next video. My blind. Should I heal? Should we throw flames? Should I try to bleed them? Yeah. I specifically... I can't believe that thing just got another turn. I was specifically trying not to hit this one with the combo token because I want my man at arms to hit them for a nice heal. Got a nice crit. Unfortunately, the damage was halved. You admit you checked your tabs too. Where is this blind IRL voice coming from? No idea what he said. Yeah, I should probably go for the heal, and bolster's on cooldown, so we're going for that 20% heal. I seemed way into the game. You seem way into the game. Who's next? You're next. You're already blinded, but we can blind you again. We could also blind this one once more. And also give it a target. Oh, we can also heal. The Runaway's target heal is really good. Really, 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 really good.
Cooperation is the key.
So I seemed way too into the game. You just expected blind to appear out of thin air. Alright, bolster should be off cooldown. And it removes vulnerable, so that's nice for the runaway. We have got ads coming soon. Hi there, Wolf Warrior. Why are we eating the mods? Don't eat the mods. What did the mods ever do to you? Probably gonna want to give a battle medicine, battlefield medicine. Nice. I was hoping that we would bleed this one here. Cody! Thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Wolf Warrior. Thank you so much, Cody. 261 gifted subs. That's incredible. Thank you very, very, very much. Wolf Warrior, I hope you enjoy the things. You get to avoid the ads that are coming up like right now, so you should refresh if you haven't. And enjoy the emotes and stuff. Thank you, Cody. Eating Alistair has been approved. Oh, poor Alistair. I fear you've been nommed. The nomming has been approved.
Measure out your violence and apply it judiciously.
897 cookies. That is 7 for me. No, sorry, 890 for me and 7 for chat. It still has 1 more HP than fire damage. I feel like we should cauterize this again.
This wound, at least, has been tended to.
We need some stress heals. We need some stress heals in these parts.
The enemy weakens.
Doesn't give a cookie to Cody either. Oh no. Why so mean to each other?
Compassion quiets the howling mind.
point blank shot. It's a death blow.
The work continues.
The work continues. Alright, no dodge left for the Cupid thing. And there's a death blow. We're coming out of this okay.
Obstacle in our
Except our
path.
stress levels are high, but aside from that, we're looking alright. We might have a meltdown before the end of this region.
Cut down these nightmares.
We just might.
Blaze the trail to your redemption.
Oh, a greater cleansing sensor. Look at that. Debuff and disease resistance. That's good. Your snackies approach. What kind of snackies did you get?
The loathing
Exclamation.
abates.
Yay. We did it. Why am I getting so few frames right now? It seems fine. Okay, Charred Litany. Additional flame damage dealt, -2 on flame duration. I think I'm gonna unequip that. And try out this random token thing. So disease resistance and debuff resistance. Everybody's pretty meh, except for... extra damage. Reduced speed. What if I gave you instead that? I know we're over encumbered. The Gilded Mind is probably going to be really good for the final boss, maybe? I don't know, like, if we need fire resistance. Let's get rid of the Charred Litany. Ah! What all is in here? Candles? Candles and baubles. And trinkets. They're taking up all my inventory space. I could see this, I guess, replacing Heat Shield with something? Like Gilded Mine itself? Let's just toss that. If your week's been hard, get yourself a reward of some cake? Pizza. I'm sorry that your week's been hard. I'm really sorry to hear that. Hard weeks are no good. I think we should go to the cache this time. Yeah, I'm getting like half the frame rate in Darkest Dungeon right now. Hi, Mr. Cupholder. You get the feeling the cake is a lie. Depends who you ask. The cake isn't a lie. You got one earlier. Yeah, the bot definitely isn't lying about the cake being a lie. That's absolutely not happening. Okay, I wasn't looking. I didn't see where we got this combo token from. Who is next? I don't think that we can... We might be able to blind this. But I think it's probably better to... Maybe I should have gone for the one in the front. Maybe Alistair just ate all the cake. Moist cake. Moist. Moist. Moist.
In crisis,
How were they allowed to bring a
we can
cannon?
rely
Well,
only upon each
they
other.
did set up a barricade, so I suppose they barricaded the road. With the cannon in particular. If you apply bleeding to the cannon, what's it gonna leak then? Oil? So you can see all the resistances that it has. Can't bleed it, can't light it, can't burn it. You might be able to stun it, and you might be able to do some other sort of debuff to it. But yeah, it doesn't do any of those things. Hi TX, nice to see you.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
It was a misfire, lucky us. Lucky us indeed. We could do a stress heal on the man-at-arms or on the plague doctor. Let's do the man-at-arms. Alright. The one in the back,
Another impediment.
deaded.
Cleared with impunity.
At the very least, this one's comboed. It's got 3 sets of block plus, so it's gonna be hard to kill it. It's gonna be difficult. We just gotta get through all this stack of block. Which I know that has no effect, okay, but it does eat a block token. And then there's the last one. No block left for you. Can't catch it on fire, but we can start dishing out some damage now.
Empowered. Emboldened.
It misfired again. That's super lucky. They all ducked for cover and then like, yes, it misfired. Giving myself some taunts. Fish can fly. Why are fish flying now? The Cannondolic is cute. Cannondolic. Happy belated birthday, Wolf Warrior. Happy belated birthday. Good evening to you, Rock Penguin. Can I put 2 combo tokens? I don't think so. Just one? Yeah, just one. This is Dark Dungeon. It's not lucky.
Cooperation is the
It's
key.
luring you into. It's not lucky. It's luring you into a false sense of security. That's true. It could be. All right, we're loading the shot once more. There's no way that we get another misfire out of this. So we better be prepared. Be prepared. Oh, that was a nice crit that I didn't get. It misfired again! 3 times! It is just trying to lull me into a false sense of security. I know exactly what you're doing. I know exactly what you're doing. Overconfidence. Being a slow and insidious killer. Every time it loads the shot, though, it gets more block.
In crisis, we can rely only upon each other.
Okay. I'm gonna slow it down at the very least. That seemed to work.
Well done.
Well done.
Collaboration confers advantage.
The highwayman is dishing out some great damage. It just keeps getting blocked. All right, we're getting there. 5 HP. Nice.
The unrelenting application of violence yields morbid gains.
Yeah, I feel like I'm starting to wake up. I feel like I can turn this back on now. I don't have to hide. Hi, Durandel. Although I like hiding behind no camera. I should just become a no cam streamer. I should just eschew the camera once and for all. It's superior. No camera. Only pet cams. Over encumbered. As long as you get the pet cams. I guess there's no point in holding on to a stagecoach item. I've got the voice for a VTuber. I wouldn't want to be a VTuber. The unrelenting application of violence yields morbid gains.
An inkling of potency still lingers in some of these well-worn
Guess who's
relics.
over encumbered once again? Oh, me. And now I see I have no dogs. Okay, well we can't use a stagecoach item anyways. This is good stuff. I don't want to get rid of it, which means I need to start tossing some combat items. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I just toss this out. I guess I'd put it back in my inventory. Let's use that. Take your medicinal herbs, and I don't really need a bear trap. Okay. Toss it, toss it, toss it. There. We've got to go towards an Oblivion's Ingress, I think. Yeah. Visit 2+
The
Oblivion's
avatars of
Ingresses.
Oblivion, clergy of the spreading stain.
The valley is uncanny. Okay, I have seen some good VTubing. I think my favorites have been not so much VTubers as people who have little avatars, and the avatars just go like when they talk, right? Like just a mouth moves. I think those are cute. Nice. Improving our relationships to neutral. My stream gets +100 stats with the camera on. I don't know if you mean to say like more viewership with the camera on, but I don't necessarily want that to be the case. Okay, I am gonna throw clotting powders down because of these slicey enemies. They really like their bleed. But I'm actually entertaining. Oh, thanks. I like hearing that I'm entertaining.
Emboldened.
Alright, we're gonna do a taunt. How's Simba, Kuma, and Emmy? I think they're all three very happy. They like their new space because we... Oh, just recording myself doing that. Just... we rearranged the house a little bit.
Collaboration.
So, like, this room used to be the master bedroom, and then we had our office in a smaller room, and this whole time, we didn't think to swap the rooms out, because, like, all we do in the bedroom is, like, just bedroom stuff. Like, having a nice bedroom is cool, but the majority of our time was spent in the living room or in the office. So now we've moved the office into the bedroom. My nose feels like it's about to start bleeding. Okay, so I did say yesterday that my allergies weren't bothering me that much. That's not true. I did find some Vaseline though. Maybe I should try this out. Ugh. Boop. My nose hurts. The septum is very dry, and I feel like it's just gonna split any second. I was just saying something about swapping rooms. Oh yeah, so now we have so much room in here. Like, we can make this an office and a rec room and, like, an area to chill, and it's gonna be really great. I just have a lot of stuff that I want to do.
A breakthrough.
And I just can't do it. Not yet. We'll have to wait, but, like, I wanna get some nice digs in here, like a nice, maybe a small couch, like a love seat that I can take naps on. A napping love seat. I also want to get a trampoline. Okay, like, not a big trampoline, but like a small one just to jump on. I think that's it. I know it sounds absurd, but can you imagine how effective that would be? First off, just jumping is great exercise. But
The enemy weakens and
I could see that going so well with ADHD. Like, I can't focus. I'm all pent up and distracted by my own stress. So I'm gonna go jump it out on the trampoline. Look, I could see that being extremely effective. I feel like I need to update my video card. Beanbags can be comfortable for short people. Beanbags would make for an interesting video. I'm telling you, it would be good. You come because Simba and I'm a fun person to watch. Well, thank you. And the stream's better with the camera on. Yeah, a lot of people feel that way. Yeah, let's smoke screen this one. They don't go, but the combo token I think could be useful. You're here for the exclamation die. I think that there was a moment with the librarian, the librarian, so I thought for some reason the combo token with that ability did something, but it actually doesn't. And now I can at least combo that for a heal. Yeah, I'm just all about it. I feel like it would be so nice to have a trampoline. I should do a run without the man-at-arms. I have. I've won once with the man-at-arms. I think we won with the leper, and I think we've also won with the flagellant.
Empowered.
I just can't remember if the leper and the flagellant were on the same team. We could bolster for stress heal, but I think I'll have better luck taunting and then just healing out riposte. why did you just get an announcement saying I'm live on Twitch? Was it a Twitch announcement? Or was it a Discord announcement? Discord. Well, I sent the Discord announcement like 45 minutes ago. So there was that. But that was also 45 minutes ago. Yeah, I was informed that I've forgot to, you know, post a going live message. My hair is shaped and colored like a flame. My superhero now it's colored like a flame. I actually do need to still dye it for flamethrower. I've been meaning to. I just haven't gotten to it yet. Yay! The table died. I haven't gotten to it because it's a lot of work. And I feel like I should get a haircut first. Because I need a haircut anyway. I just saw you're taking 7 bleed per turn. Maybe we should throw some clotting powders on you.
Advantage.
And maybe some battlefield medicine.
This wound, at least, has been tended to.
Because now you're not taking 7 bleed per turn, and you can hit that thing for a heal. Hit it with a mace. Amazing! I think we can finish it off. I think we can. Death's Door. Death Blow. Okay, we come out of that with pretty high health and not a whole lot of stress.
Though unpleasant in the extreme, this work is noble.
A multi-flame
necessary.
passive 10 damage per second. This is the same one I just threw out. I'm gonna leave. No, I'm gonna take it. Should I have taken it? No, I can't carry it. I'm gonna throw them both out.
The loathing abates.
I got 2 heat shields. Shift, click, discard. Oh, it got rid of them both! Ugh. No, it was laggy. My game is being really laggy. Plus 200% viewers for the whole stream. Well, that would be nice. If that was the case, I could stream whatever I wanted. Ooh, that music. It was an enemy ambush. How did we get ambushed? I thought you could only get ambushed if your coach is broken. Uh-oh. I just pushed the Plague Doctor into the first position. Who next? You next? Ambush. You prefer Bacon Tree. There's a joke here. So, Bacon Tree, all of these enemies that are attacking us are infantry. Dogs. There's an Emmy sitting in her bed. So yeah, this is the new pet cam. The new pet cam. We're gonna see how we like it. So far, definitely too bright. But I think that's just gonna be an issue with most things moving forward. Okay, the Plague Doctor needs to move back one more time, but that's okay. I think the Man-at-Arms has an ability to move forward, but I now that I say that, I don't think that's the case. need to not point blank shot. Hi, Dragon of Frost. Nice to see you. Hello, hello. Okay, so it's low blow that applies a combo token. How are you doing today? It's a nice emote collective you got. Okay, he does not have an ability to move forward. He can move forward himself. But I think we should probably defend and then have the Plague Doctor move back on their turn. And now everybody's back in proper party order. Proper party order. Proper party order. Proper party order. Hi there, Boothin. Is that just Emmy's butt? What is that? I can tell there's a dog there. Is that her snoot? I think it must be her butt. It's definitely her butt. She got her little feet. She just stretched with her feet. Yeah, that's an Emmy paw for sure. She's just smushy and sleepy. I thought the Plague Doctor was always last. She doesn't have to be last. I'm gonna turn it off though because it's mostly just a foot. With her starting abilities, probably you want her to be in the back, but I don't have any like frontline abilities equipped. So what I've done is just have the man-at-arms guard.
In crisis, we can rely only upon each other.
So we could heal here, we could taunt here, we could stress heal. Let's taunt. It gives him riposte, and he's got like tons of block. 4 stacks of block. Okay, we'll cure that. Ounce of prevention for some buffs.
Confers advantage.
And toss this down because that actually causes the burn to spread. If we're lucky, they'll both die on their turn. They each have 1 HP and they're taking 3 bleed. So this might be a good turn for a stress heal. Yeah, we got all that guard.
The smallest
Ooh,
variable
I just got an achievement
can
called
make all the
Reverse
difference.
Banditry. I don't know what that
A lesson
does.
taught is a lesson learned. This road cannot
We
be
can do
walked
a heal
alone.
because the man-at-arms is bleeding, and the Plague Doctor, heal yourself. And then that one should die on its turn. Nice. Stress heals, regular heals. Ooh, and you know what I was able to do? It was actually, I forgot my chair leans back. Because I've been so close to the wall. Ah, it leans back. I had no idea. Okay, so we're just on to the last bit for the map, and then we're on to the final boss. Final boss, final boss, final boss, final boss. We've got a trophy! So we can actually enter the mountain. I have no idea what to expect. Is it just going to be the same enemies but harder? Is it going to be new enemies? Are we fighting a brain? Or are we going to fight a heart? The Cardinal. That's a big one. We should probably get rid of the squishies. Which is funny because these enemies are not very squishy at all. But they're squishy by comparison? Definitely want to kill the one in the back. You don't understand the plot of this game. I love this emote that's just cat. Fox cat. Well, I'd be happy to help you with that, but I would need to know what in particular you don't understand. Why is the calamari fighting back? They are monsters. So the world has been taken over with evil. Evil has run rampant. And so I think these might actually be humans? I don't know. I don't know if they're like monsters from the underworld. They're like right here. They're cosmic / cultist enemies. So I don't know if they're enemies that were just unleashed. Like from some dark dimension, or if they are the inhabitants of this world that have been like swallowed up by darkness and turned into baddies. It doesn't want to be cooked. They don't want to be cooked. That they don't. That's been your experience with the world. Everyone's been swallowed by evil. Oh no. Not bad, not bad. No! Their relationship just dropped to 4 out of 10. Meltdown bad. Meltdown bad, chat. Resolute good. Meltdown bad. It's really not good for their relationships. I didn't realize that I wasn't paying attention. We probably should have stress healed him on the last turn. Progenitor, I hope that you're doing well today. Hello? We gotta kill the altar. The altar is the real problem here. Alright, I'm sad to say the man-at-arms had a meltdown. Insulted everybody and completely ruined his relationships with the entire party, so that's no good. Like, we're sitting at very unfriendly with Alistair, unfriendly with Mallory, and neutral for Elisadel. They were getting chummy, those two. Did you have a weekend full of fishing? A weekend full of fishing, Progenitor? Yeah. Healing the Big Daddy. Why is my pistol shot so weak? Hi, Metal Witcher!
For who knows what lurks in the beyond?
Welcome to the dankiest dungeon, where the puns never stop.
Just the way that Russell said that. Wah ha 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 was so sarcastic. Hi, Metal Witcher. Thank you so much for the 19 months. Thank you so much for the tier 3. That's absolutely incredible of you, Metal Witcher. Thank you for the just wonderfully bonkers support. Just a reminder, you get a sound effect. You get a sound effect for being a tier 3. But thank you so much, Metal Witcher. I really do appreciate that. I guess we should probably do this whole thing. And then do that whole thing. And then do... Everybody's got a lot of negative tokens. This whole thing. Cure vulnerability. Stress heals. We get to go again. You're taunted? Why are you taunted? It's the true entropy and add a random token. I think that's what happened. The table goes again. Dodged. By table I mean altar. It's an altar. It's not a table. An altar is a table, but a table's not an altar. You has pizza. I should ask Anonymous for a sub. Oh, that's a reminder for me. That's a reminder for me to do a thing. I'll do a thing. Soon TM. Soon TM. Soon TM. Or I can do it now because we all know I'm gonna forget.
Measure out your
Okay, how about we do it after...
and apply
Okay,
it
no, I'll just do it now.
judiciously.
I still haven't found a way to easily gift a sub to my own channel. Like, it'd be nice if I could do it from my dashboard. I should gift it from Jacetera. You know, I'm not actually logged in. An anonymous gifter. That was me. Was I? And I hit Nalo. How exciting. I gifted a sub to Nalo. You love the fighting animations? Looks like a comic book. I know. It was worth a try. It was a good snipe. So, there you go, JSOG. The sub that I've owed you for months. Because JSOG is a tier 3 sub on Patreon. Whew, okay, we got it. JSOG gets a free sub, but is already subbed. Subsequently, I just gift the sub to the chat room instead. You need your guns. We need more emote slots. Okay, we gotta pay attention. We're getting high on stress. We're getting low on HP. Nobody's bleeding, so I can't, like, heal the people who actually need it. I can't... There's nothing I can do. I can throw this, I guess. Why vulnerable? Alright, all the positive tokens, except for this one, dealing extra damage, are removed. This one has literally no blight resistance, I don't know why. Okay, take all your positive tokens back then. So, right? We probably should do a stress heal, except we can't. I think we just gotta try and knock it out. Hi, Vandalier! You were just watching someone play Golem. Oh, yeah, that's right! Golem came out today. Why a sigh? Is it not good? What's a golem? Lord of the Rings Gollum released today. I just completely forgot about it for some reason. It was not good? Oh. You heard bad things? Apparently I forgot because it's bad. Dang, what a bummer. What a bummer. I'm sad to hear that.
A small reprieve.
Our man-at-arms may or may not die. And by die I mean death's door, but we're doing this again? Another meltdown! Ooh, they have a relationship of 1! I have never had a party with such a low relationship before. Just relationship of 1. No! Ooh, cauterize!
This wound, at least, has been tended to.
Alright, so this thing has no more heals. It's got no more buffs. It just
in turmoil.
deals a lot of damage over time and stress. So that's problematic because we don't have any more combat items. On the Runaway's turn, though, we should be able to heal the Plague Doctor.
An interminable conflict.
Except the Plague Doctor goes first. Please don't die.
She understood death, but could not defy it.
Wow! So rude. So rude. Actually, we were out of cauterize anyway. 1 truly is a lonely number. I can't believe that just happened. I didn't even get a chance to try and solve the problem. I feel like we should just keep stacking bleed. We're dealing 14 damage.
And steady.
11 damage now. And damage over time. Now it's 14 damage. Okay. I think they have 3 checks on their turn. Blight, Bleed, and Flame. Maybe I should have gone for the kill. Wow, should have gone for the kill. That's okay. That's alright. Sadly, we lost our Plague Doctor.
In life or in death, we are all prisoners here.
We are all prisoners.
The loathing abates.
Gollum's a character from Lord of the Rings. The game goes through their rendition of his story prior to the Lord of the Rings. And what you need for me to be my awesome me. Am I not being awesome? I'm sorry. The reviews on Steam are very oof. Okay, well now I want to look. Man, I'm disappointed to hear that. I was really looking forward to that. Mostly negative. There's only 25 reviews though. This isn't a game. This isn't an experience. This isn't even a torture test for your PC. It's a torture test for the game industry as a whole. That's disappointing. Is anyone a doctor? We're missing a doctor. Okay. So we need to drop 6 items. Plague Doctor's dead, so we can just throw out Plague Doctor trinkets because that was the Plague Doctor. We can also give everyone some items, right? So why don't you take that? You take that. You take that. Or maybe we should do this the other way. Have that. Give you that. And we'll save one of those for later, I guess. Glimmer of Hope I picked up, but I don't need it. No, let's throw that out. Okay, yeah. And we should also have Hero Ashes. Yeah. No, Hero Remains, delivered to the inn to gain 4 candles. I mean, the inn is literally right there. The poor Plague Doctor died in line of sight to the inn. I am, it's true. Oh, thanks.
The place is a little worse for wear. But
Hope from
familiar
Fallen Hero
nonetheless.
plus 4 candles. Junia has joined the expedition. Amateur weaponsmith. Lisa Delkin to Cork thin-blooded. Germophobic. Alistair. Cephanated got hard noggin. And also nervous. Mallory bled to death. So it just... Wait, it picked who joins me? I didn't even get to choose? I just got 2 achievements. First off, reverse banditry, kill 100 pillagers, and find a replacement for a fallen hero. Why ban Umarid? Obviously because you're saying I'm awesome and my mods disagree. Yeah, that's exactly what's being implied. Okay, so the good news about the Plague Doctor dying is that... Why are they starting at 7 relationship? The good news is, well, 1 out of 20. Alistair and Cephanated. At one point, they were in a relationship together. They were amorous, but now they seem to have had a very bad breakup. So, yeah. We need to pretty much dump all of our points on improving relationships.
Experience, however painful, is the greatest teacher
So
of
the
all.
bright side is that just a little bit less of relationship preparing we have to do. On the downside, though, I did lose my hero who had all their skills upgraded. And then I was told that, you know, we have to take the Vestal, so she's going to be filling in the Plague Doctor's position. So I feel like we should upgrade her useful abilities, her heal, administration, illumination, and maybe judgment. What's her hero goal? Enter the sluice. That's not happening. That's not happening. I'm gonna upgrade pistol shot because I just realized it stuns if there's a combo token. Upgrade Firefly. And Judgment. Got a lot of mastery points from that, which I guess works out. We find your lack of faith disturbing. Road trip to relationship on the rocks. Tale as old as time. Yeah, I don't know I'm gonna do that Alistair and Sephonated. I also have no idea what to expect. Let's just play some cards. Positive? It was all positives. That's very good. Stimulating Poultice is extra speed until the next inn. We didn't manage to get rid of hemorrhagic fever, unfortunately. The party is all very fast. Okay, so we do have a greater protectorate that she can use. Extra healing given. Let's make our highwayman super fast. Give you his trinket. Which might, or it might be good, it might not be. Okay. Both of these I don't... Dark Impulse might be good. I can't decide. They probably played Magic the Gathering and not poker.
Conventional fare, but fairly priced.
Alright. So, I'll turn off the camera so you can see how many relics I have. We could buy a dartboard. It could go badly, but it also is going to help them with crit. We should... Oh. We should pick up whiskey flasks.
Something to ease the rigors of the road.
I probably want to pick up stun resistance. Pick up food. We do have slime mold. We could also just get 20% max HP over 10 instead. I feel like some stitching kits would be good because we did not come to the inn full health. Movement resistance. This is also going to be helpful for relationships. We have a greater hail draught, which is plus 20% max HP. A strange sapper, and those are my only two options. Well, we're not spending our baubles on anything else, are we? And with our final 14 baubles, let's get a soothing poultice. And I still have more. Oh, there was more stuff up here. One of those two? You want chartreuse. Golem reviews. I do like that people are starting to include their hardware when they review. Oh, it's so disappointing though. That's so disappointing. Maybe I'll give you that. And you that? I don't know. Okay, we have a lot of items here. So everybody should have noms. Yep. This one we can toss. Plus 25% disease or blight resistance. We've got 30 blight resistance, 30, 30, 10, 20. Let's give that to you. Fire resistance, 30, 40, 30, 30. Guess to her. We get also a stimulating poultice, more speed. So I'll give that to... blocked by austere. Never mind, I won't. Man at Arms might come out a little bit slow from this. So he's down to 3 speed. Alistair's down to 10. Dartboard. Okay. Oh, and stun resistance. Yeah, who do we not want to get stunned? Probably the healer, right? And then additional speed. 6 and 5. And then we got 2 more whiskey flasks. So whiskey flasks are guaranteed good relationship. We've already got the relationship up from 1 to 6. There's nobody's relationship that we can fortify exactly into being positive, but we might be able to... Junia and Elisadel, we could take them from unfriendly to neutral. And same with Alistair, and same with Sevnated. Okay, so at least these 3 are all neutral now. These 2 have a lesser chance of hating on each other. I guess repair the thing. We don't need to.
Variable in the equation.
But we have our trophy! The mountain is the only way to go!
The inevitable end of your journey awaits you once again.
The end of the journey awaits us once again. Right now we're already up to 72 candles. Look at that. Because we braved the sluice. Layers cleansed, candles found. Okay, cool. I missed a lot of chat. I've been watching Etal play through Diablo as well. I had a really nice time watching Diablo 1. That's one of those games that like I can take off my never have I ever list because I haven't played it, but I've seen it played through. That I feel like whew, I'm satisfied knowing the story. Is the goatest of goat games. I haven't seen The Butcher or The Skeleton King. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. About The Skeleton King. I don't think there's anything else to do except, like, go for it. Rest for the night, yeah. Go for it. We're going for it. I don't know what to expect. Oh, no. Suspicious.
Muttered threats. All trust is lost.
Hold the line. Taunts Alistair and weakens him. Pistol shot taunts Cephanated and weakens him. I just upgraded that one. Suspicious! Rampart does the exact same thing. Taunts and weakens. Judgment taunts and weakens. Great. Great. Awesome. Assassinated. Yeah, well...
At last, the great ziggurat. Temple
problem
of
with
failure
this-
and regret.
is that it just forced me to change the abilities the man-at-arms has. Retribution. I turned off Retribution in favor of Hold the Line. And I have to use it now, which I don't appreciate. And I have to use Rampart. It got rid of Crush and Retribution. Those were two abilities that I was not using. And I still can't use them now. I think we have to take Crush. Retribution's great. But being able to heal, self-heal, I think can't be ignored. First time you tune into the butcher and he growls fresh meat and one-shots you, you never get that feeling again. Is that so? Fresh meat. Okay, yeah, we got all our combat items. None of our characters are important enough to be assassin targets. Assassinated? Okay, so we still have to fight cultists here. The loathing is at 0. Oh, but we did hit max loathing on like region 3, so the boss is gonna have an extra 10% health. I don't think we're going to do very well against this boss. I literally have no idea what to expect. I believe the Vestal can attack back line? With Judgment? Yeah. But it taunts and stuff. It taunts. Who goes next? You go next? This one right here? Okay, we're gonna attack you. Expect victory. I hope so. Who knows whenever I'll have a trophy again, right? When will I have myself a trophy once more? Yeah, the Man-at-Arms kit is feeling a lot less useful. Now that I can't use two very important skills. Alright, what do?
Malaise, measured and steady.
I don't know what to say. I'm just... So, at the very least, the Men-at-Arms can stack block. And every time they weaken him, instead of weakening him, it actually just eliminates a block token. So, there's that. I just don't know what to tell you. Those are my backline abilities. That's it. That's all we got. At this point, I'm thinking that Alistair might be our assassination target. No, sorry, Assassinated. Assassinated might be the target. If he has another meltdown, we're gonna have problems, like actually. Poor Alistair. Poor Sevenated. We do need the backline abilities back. I mean, we can still use them. So this is what's happening, basically. Because of their negative relationships, they're suspicious, both Alistair and Junia, who I didn't rename, by the way. We should probably rename her. We got Resolute that time! Well, that's good. That's a full heal and improved relationships. So, yes, those abilities can still be used at the expense of weakening, or maybe not weakening, but putting our other party members in a vulnerable position. Hi there, Olivia Talks. Nice to see you. I hope you've been well. And hi, Gunbergon. Hello. I hope you're all doing well today. I guess we're going for the big one because they're almost dead. In fact, on their turn, they're gonna be on death's door or dead. Just death's door. Okay, there's our death blow. We can cure that. Does ministrations have a specific number of times it can be used in a battle? It's a beautiful sunny day to do bureaucracy. Do you think we're gonna win? This is the final battle before the final battle.
Excellent work.
Final battle before the final battle. I'm unable to heal. I'll use this instead. I have my reasons. I have my reasons.
Messy, but effective.
Alright, not so bad. We don't get anything from that. I'm going to remember to equip my stuff this time, though. So, yeah, now we can clear that out of the inventory, and that's all we got. We've got a couple of items to help us on death's door. We have some laudanum for horror, and a pustule salve that removes damage over time tokens and heals 25%. That's all we got. I feel like I want to update my title. Say it's boss time. You feel sorry for those doing it and not doing it. Bureaucracy, are you just not in the bureaucracy seat today? Turn the boss into sauce. I really gotta pee. I feel like I should probably go to the bathroom before I do this. It could be a really long battle. I almost forgot to equip this. Yes, I did. Okay, we're giving her plus 20% max health in exchange for true entropy, because I think that one's giving us negative tokens in addition to positive tokens. And then we still have Dark Impulse. It's a 20% debuff resistance, But per negative token, we get reduced damage, which could be okay on the Vestal. Are there any names in the queue? Let me just like hit a button real fast. Yep. Kenna the 5th. We've made our way through a lot of Kennas. Your job is giving money to people that need it. You love your job. That's awesome. So, like, here's where we're at, or here's where I'm at with this. So, she's got Gilded Mind. It is stress resistance, additional death blow resistance, but reduced debuff resistance. The Dark Impulse is increased debuff resistance, but per negative token, reduced damage. The thing is, the Vestal doesn't really deal damage. At least with this kit. And furthermore, she's got Judgment that hurts Cephanated. That's her only damage dealing ability. So we could swap this out. She has less stress resistance, less death blow resistance. She 81 death blow resist. 71. But instead of only having 10 debuff resist, it goes up to 40. Yeah, okay, let's do it. Okay. To the mountain we go. Where this is gonna stop, no one knows. Thanks, Alistair.
Behold, the source of the stain.
The source of the
Gateway
stain.
to incomprehensible emptiness.
A sad story and uplifting too? What's
Seething
that?
sigh, stertorous avatar of ill-concealed range.
Ooh, that makes me uncomfortable. Ugh. Ew. It makes me uncomfortable. It's lungs. It's lungs. We had a brain, and now it's a lung monster. It's a lung monster. Ew. Actually has. It's a seething sigh, a cosmic enemy. Hold on. Let's take a look. A speed of 5, 308 HP. It's immune to movement. Not immune to bleed, blight, burn, stun. Then it's got some accessory lungs. These ones are immune to bleed, blight, burn, stun, movement. Okay, and there actually is a larger lung and a smaller one. This one has 150 health, this one has 200. It's a tentacle monster. It is a lung! Somewhat disconcerting. The bosses of this generation look like bacteria. It's a lung! It's a lung monster. I don't really know what to do. Breath increases damage and stress dealt by sundering exhalation. Removed if sufficient damage is taken. So I'm guessing we want to damage the lung. Sundering exhalation, that's probably what it's gonna do on its turn. So I guess let's go for this one. That was a much needed bathroom break. Comma. To the mountain. Is how that's supposed to go. I have no idea what to expect, like what its abilities do. Hysteria. Okay, it caused weakness. So this is an ability that... Seething Sigh. Yikes, we're gonna be here a while. I don't think a comma makes it any better. Yeah, it does, because that was much needed bathroom break, comma, to the mountain!
By fear.
Instead of a much needed bathroom break at the mountain itself. Okay, now this one is doing the breath attack. Okay, maybe we do just want to go for the big one itself. Where did all this stress come from? Did we start the fight with this much stress? It has burn resistance. Alright. We're just gonna do the thing.
Collaboration confers advantage.
We just gotta do the thing. We're taking a lot of stress.
A simple kindness.
I chose to attack because there was a combo token on that, which means we got a little bit of a heal. We're gonna need a heal soon, because somebody's on death's door. Please don't go first. He's gonna go first! Okay. Healer, next. The healer's next. What do? Okay, I bled it. At the very least, we get a really big heal. Like super heal. Everyone's about to have a mental breakdown though. Like, everyone. What is this line in the HP bar? Oh, that's how much damage we have to deal to stop it from doing whatever it's about to do. I see.
Jess provides a nice home to Orphan Prime subs.
Oh, goodness. Monoret, enjoy. Enjoy the pub and the drink and the read at sunset. We'll see you later. Sparkarester, hello. Thank you so much for 18 months. A year and a half. I can't believe it. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well, Sparkarester. I will indeed take your orphaned sub. That sounds like bliss. I know, Metopian. That sounds awesome. I think we're gonna want to do a stress heal.
Darkness encroaches.
I don't see us making it through this meltdown. I've dealt very little damage. There's no winning here. I'm above myself.
Another sub got lost.
Lemon Ducky.
This seems to be the case of someone kidnapping all our subs, Jez.
Lemon Ducky, thank you for the 21 months. Nearly 2 years. Lemon Ducky, thank you so much. That's also surprising to me. That's a very surprising amount of time. Welcome back. Thank you for the support. Thank you both.
Self-reliance is a rare and wonderful thing.
Okay. Guess we gotta heal ourselves.
There remains a foothold out of this mire. Now climb.
There remains a foothold out of this mire. Now climb! 1 damage! Hi, Wanderer Down. Nice to see you. Yes, this is supposed to be lungs.
There is comfort in company.
These indeed are lungs. The enemy is called a seething sigh, and on both sides of it are lungs. So the first boss was a brain. Second boss, lungs. Should I pass my turn? I should probably pass.
What is it then that gazes back so intently from the abyss?
I came here like 6 months ago. That's what it feels like to me. We got 3 meltdowns in a row. You know how much better this could have been if everyone didn't melt down and did the opposite. Instead of melting down, if you instead became resolute. I feel like rather than try to kill the lungs, I should just try to like bleed this thing to death. And the reason why I'm thinking that is because the lungs have like max resistance. They have max resistances. Like tons of health. Oh. Okay, the left lung has more HP, but now this lung has inhaled the air. I just noticed. That's why it's larger. So I think we're supposed to actually focus our efforts on the seething sigh itself. Hi, Ghost of Sin. The lungs gimmick is baiting us. It is baiting us. It is, I know. Wait, she just lost relationship with herself? I just used that on somebody else. And her relationship with herself just went down or something. That doesn't make any sense. That can't be what happened. Look, I'm trying. I don't think we'll make it. We've had Cody, it's been 3 years? It's been 3 years and 12 days? Where is the time going? I'm baffled. Baffled, I tell ya. Mallory wins? George, 4 years, 1 month. Yeah. It's been a long time. You got a CK3 pop-up where you lost 20 opinion of yourself. Nodders. Nodders, that checks out. That was a big one. Yeah, okay, so we got at least 1 person who decided to stand resolute out of the 4. Now whose turn is it? So it's unfortunate. I cannot pass for a heal. I could run and hide. But we're gonna go out fighting. This enemy does not cause any bleed damage, which means the runaway's super strong heal is not gonna help us. It does not help us here. I'm taking a risk. Okay, I applied tracking shots, so that way when the man-at-arms goes, he can heal himself. She can heal herself now. The runaway might not survive this fight, but we'll try. So now it's a teeny bit of damage, but we get a heal. 20%. Plus a little extra. Not bad.
Through adversity and affliction, the heart beats still.
Multiple breakdowns in one battle. That's not so bad. Okay, if they stand resolute, that I want to say it's like a 75% heal. It's really good. Lots of meltdowns. Okay. All right. Okay. I thought I just used illumination. I didn't see what happened. It should have cleared tokens. I can't tell exactly what is attacking because it was blinded for that. Okay, we're gonna carry on.
Trammeled, trapped, held
Slowly
captive by
healing
fear.
from one move to the next. Except
Pray her convictions lent
our
some
healer just
small
died,
comfort
so
in her
we're not
final
healing anything.
moments.
That's twice this game, this specific run today, where our healers died very early. And now remember that trinket with the death blow resistance? Might have been good. Could have been helpful here. I don't even know how running and hiding is gonna help.
Incremental, but deadly all the same.
Once again, teetering on that terrible precipice.
Oof!
Not all who seek redemption will find it.
So what I was gonna say is our only hope to heal them now is for them to have a mental break, but be resolute. That's our only hope. Well, on the bright side, we can use other abilities now. They don't really help all that much. Okay, so if we keep dealing 1 damage per turn in 222 turns, we should defeat the enemy. Just 222 turns from now.
Another old soldier lays down his life in the dirt of a distant land.
I just got an achievement. It is called It Happens. Oh, party wipe against any
milestone
confession
makes
and
the
boss.
next road just a little easier.
Okay, but look how many candles we got. It was up to 72, but now it's only 66. But still, why did we... Oh, because we lost hero goals. Well, that happens, I guess. It happens, I guess. That was our first time taking on the Confession 2 boss, chat, so high five.
Stagnant and sprawling, This hellish abyss extends beyond sanity itself.
Just gotta accelerate our perceived time and skip through a few millennia of gameplay. Well, alright. We have a number of candles. I'm tempted to unlock more in items.
To recall a thing is to make it real once more.
Because what I want to find, a whetstone, that's nice. What I want to find is something that's going to improve relationships. My Time in the Desert, a book. Like, we found the dartboard. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. It's a songbook of touching dirges. It's deals some stress to the party, but is a good chance of making friends. A touching dirge, I guess, would be a sad song, which is why it's so stressful.
A welcome advancement in
A
the science
nightshade
of survival.
concoction. That's nice. Plus 20% death blow resistance.
A drop of sanity.
A book
In
of
a sea
body
of
tales,
madness.
minus 6 stress, 1 target. Aha! That's what we're looking for. We had a whiskey flask, a whiskey bottle. Now there's a whiskey barrel. And it's a party. It's a party thing. We can have a party with that, that's for sure. We actually don't have a lot of combat items or stagecoach items unlocked.
Every twinkling
An almanac for the
recollection
tangle.
is another implement at our disposal.
The collector's chandelier. I do feel like I'm opening loot boxes. Increases stacking for candles of hope by 4 per stack. That is very nice. Barrel's always better than the bottle, which is always better than the flask, apparently.
Diagnose the world's affliction.
Ah, 100% hero
And
shrine
overcome it.
location scouting. I might just spend all my candles on this. Plus 1 quantity of produced items from stagecoach items. 75 trinkets? And the cost of stagecoach items just went up to 3. Okay, well you are reminding me that I probably want to
Study the
upgrade
winding roads and routes of
my
our kingdom.
inventory
Find
slots.
any
I actually
advantage.
wanted this. Plus 1 stagecoach item slot is so pricey, it's 20 more candles. 35 to max it out. It's literally all my candles. We could get a Shrieker Chick for 10 candles.
A
I'm
little
very
company
curious
for
about
the long
that.
ride ahead. Memory is the hearth that warms the mind.
What else do we have? We've got like a lot of trinkets and stuff. A tormenting locket is pretty
The true
nice. The man at
splendor
arms
of a
has
world.
the standard of the ninth.
Those who live within
Each
it.
hero in combat start block plus. Courageous abandon skills get extra crit. Gain on miss if in rank 1 weakened.
A little
The
more
grave
light,
robber.
a little more
His
strength.
rings. Poison dart skill plus 2 poison dealt. Apply on crit. Range skills 2 poison. If in rank 1, take all the extra damage. 75% actually. Rotten tomato. If rank 1, reduce disease resistance. If rank 2, plus 30% damage. We got a lot of stuff. Why do I have so many things for the flagellants? Oh, because I just went and grabbed paths for everybody. 6 for poet path? Not even looking at it. Soloist path? Berserker! Might pass on that. That's not really my playstyle. Rank flexible roll that sacrifices range damage for blight and mobility. Sure. Oh, my candles went so fast.
To recall
I can buy a
thing
trinket.
is to make it real once more.
Cleansing clasp. Turn start. If there are baubles in the inventory that are greater than 25, remove one negative token. Bauble hoarding?
The road calls once more. to
Tabletop
its dark
Battletech anecdote.
passenger.
One time your buddy put as many PPCs, what is a PPC, as would fit on a light mech and fired them all at once, instantly overheated and exploded. Hashtag memories. Like the things that my heroes don't have. Memories. They forgot everything because they died.
The seat of your denial, perched precariously in the murky gloaming.
Okay, I'll be honest and say that I really didn't plan for anything else to stream today. Like I'm just so in the mood for Darkest Dungeon. I am so in the mood for Darkest Dungeon. I'm gonna start another confession, and I guess we'll do Resentment. It's a little bit longer, but I think we get more candles. PPCs don't belong on light mechs in the first place. Battletech, never played. It's just so, yeah. Let's go with
Let
Act
us
2.
drag your agglutinated
Have I checked out the new
indignity
stuff in
out
CK3?
into the light.
I've not personally looked into it, Lemon Ducky, but I've watched some other people play the update and everything, and
We had managed to grasp a thread of connective worship
Have
that
talked about
stretched
it.
across vast gulfs of time and crime, but we did not understand it. The crossroads. Who will step forward into the light?
CK3 is a great role-playing spot. You can have a lot of fun doing nothing to expand your realm. But realm expansion, it's where it's at. We get to make a whole new party. So now that we've seen the big bad boss, we know what to expect. Laws of stress? Lots and lots of stress. And we need heals and damage, which to me speaks, bring the leper! Poet. Self-healing skills give plus 50% healing given, extra stun resist, extra movement resist, but small damage. I don't know, I'll try it. We're bringing the leper.
Making peace with adversity is the very essence of existence.
We're doing it. Hold off on the abilities, though. The flagellants. What if I brought the leper and the flagellant? Ooh, something tells me I'd like those two together.
Zealotry. An undying
Maniac.
blight
Okay,
upon the
sacrifice
soul.
and sensation to the last. Sacrifices blight potency in favor of flexible positioning, debuffs, and disruption. Exanimate. Low health grants great potency to blight and buff alike. I feel like I tried that one and didn't like it. I really liked, though, the positioning, debuffs, and disruption. I found that to be a lot of fun. You haven't played in almost 30 years. Wow. That's a long time, yeah. What's our cultist up to these days? We've got a ritualist path, extra heals, movement piercing. We got some strengthening crit and dodge buffs. The warlock, reduced HP for increased damage, 33% chance of a self-empowerment token on turn start. The Flagellant can do stuff in rank 2, so what if we put the Occultist in rank 3?
To know the abyss, one must embrace it.
I don't know what kind of party I'm building right now. I'm building one of the dead and the cursed, I think. So our final party member. Venom Drop, a rank flexible roll that sacrifices range damage for blight and mobility. Flashing daggers now deal blight. No, I think we want Deadeye. And with this kit, guess who likes to be in rank 4?
Slips unseen into the catacombs of the mind.
This is a weird party. This is a weird party, alright. I feel like it's not gonna work. I'm not even gonna think about it that hard. We're just gonna go for it. If you haven't entered your names into the queue, exclamation join. I mean, it's not a queue, it's a raffle. But I've gotta name my party. Everyone except Walter the Leper. You think you already did? Okie dokes. I believe you, Vandalier. Also, excuse me, did I say hi, Vandalier? And thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Alright, the Flagellant is gonna be Kenna the 6th. Yeah, if you type exclamation enter and the bot says nothing, you're already in. I did. Well, I'm saying hi again. How are you doing? Alistair the 2nd. Alistair the 2nd. You're so busy with work, so you are a lurk today. Blame Kenna for the losses. Yeah, right? NPC? The grave robber. Right, we're doing it. I'm doing it. We're not thinking about it too hard. We're doing it. We're not even gonna be bothered by the fact that it's a nameless party. And here's a picture of dogs. It's a moving picture of dogs.
Travel, but you are not alone.
Yeah, check these two out. They're so cute. They're fluffy butts. Lentre's making noise, and they're like, what? What is other human doing?
Comforts are exhausted. Ahead, only trial and tribulation.
Ooh, I bet we have a ton of stuff in our
You
inventory.
see, even your valley is not immune to the spreading stain.
Even your valley is not immune. You wanna do a pupper love right this moment? You got it. We'll just have crazy battle music with a little battle scene going on right here, and then just go give the pupper some love. Let me try one thing first before we pop over there. I don't think that I can completely get rid of... Well, Emmy, wait, come back! That bright corner, but wait, Kuma, come back! All the doggos, come back! Don't worry, I'll get them. was a good boy. I know. He is such a good boy. He's like, that treat's from me. You're trying to steal it, but I know it's from me. You keep spelling benefit as beefnit. And now that's your new favorite, not a word. It could be a verb for messing things up. Every time you spell beefnit, you are beefnit. Pupper cam could do with being in portrait orientation so you can see their heads when they're sitting. Yeah, but for the most part they're laying down. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Battle. It's battle time. What are we doing? I don't know. So it's like, it's starting to grow, I guess? No, that's not the right word. Right. I had to just remind myself of the abilities real fast. The new streaming setup is starting to grow on me. Like, not that it hadn't grown on me, like I knew I would like it, it's just, it was new. It ruined my flow, my habits and things were thrown to the wayside, and so I hate streaming out of a new location. It makes me feel like I don't know what's going on. Like, how to explain this? Like, nothing's in the right place. I'm not sure like what to do with my hands and stuff. At least I didn't change my monitors around. Last time I changed my monitors, oof. That one took me a few days to like look in the correct direction. It feels like reading chat is weird. It's just everything's off. I'm not paying any attention. Yeah, Dead of Night is super cool. How did this happen? Did we get shuffled? We got shuffled, didn't we? Heal 20%, steal negative tokens. I think I will, because now the leper is not blinded, and we do small chop, not big chop. Just small chop. And I know the poet path reduced damage by 25%, but that they do seem
A lesson taught.
like they're not really dealing as much damage anyway. Hopefully we hit a bunch of hero shrines and we can unlock new stuff.
Let it die.
Past is gone, let it die.
Are you shaken?
There is so much worse in store.
But nope, it's gone. I was just saying something.
Lower your guard.
Yeah, we have lots of in
Soften your
items because we
gaze.
just unlocked it all.
It is safe here.
I'm fairly certain, is what it has seemed like, when you unlock stuff at the Altar of Hope, it just automatically shows up in your next run. So every time we come here, we end up with more trinkets and stuff. Look at it, we have so many. We have mastery points.
Experience.
however
We have
painful,
82 and
is
55.
the greatest teacher of all.
I feel like for our first bit of upgrading, we should do like stabbing and chopping. Didn't think too hard about that. I'm just going for it. So, a song of touching dirges. Blocked by Vicious. Alistair the Second can't do it. Oh. I see. So like a whiskey barrel. -1 stress, 67% chance for 3 party affinity, 33% chance for 2 unaffinity. Are you kidding me? Out of, out of 6 rolls, it got the bad one. 5 times. Wow, these relationships are off to a rocky start. Death blow resistance. Everyone's got some death blow resistance. Nitrate concoction. I feel like we should save that. My time in the desert. You take that. A book of bawdy tales. I also think we should save this one. Yeah, Kenna. Woahhjess indeed. If baubles in inventory, purple ones, are greater than 25, remove 1 negative token on turn start. That could be good for our leper, Walter. Plus 5% crit to the grave robber, who's all about that crit. So, yeah,
Spend
we
what you
gotta...
can,
Ooh.
or wealth no longer has meaning. If indeed it
Oh.
ever did.
A Shrieker Chick, plus 2% crit per scouting gear item equipped. Plus 2 quantity of looted baubles, the purple ones. Per scouting gear. I have a... Oh yeah, shrine map. I'll try it. I guess we're gonna want to pick up some whiskey flasks.
Each improvement, a new variable in the equation of your fate.
Okay, so new pet this time. We're trying out the crit. Plus 2 crit per scouting item. So we've taken the shrine map, so we can see the hero shrine location. We have an almanac for the tangle, and the tangle deal 15% additional damage. The collector chandelier is nice as well. It's a luxury item,
An improvement.
but it increases candle stacking and increases candles in general. So I guess let's take the tangle
Any
and assume the
advantage
tangle
is
is
a
coming
good
up.
thing.
It is. Clear out the lair. You know, I have never been to the Tangle's lair. I am curious. Sure.
Mud and rain, resignation and death. This land is truly barren.
Well, hold on, I didn't finish looking. So we get extra scouting for academic studies. The goal for the region is to clear out the lair. If we succeed, we get the Scalded Skull. The cultist will deal extra healing if the target is on fire. Ooh, I bet that pairs really well with the runaway, wouldn't it? And he has a 33% chance of setting someone on the team on fire if he has greater than or equal to 2 self-empowerment tokens. Okay, that one's interesting. Speaking of experience, he ran out of chartreuse pretty fast, but You think you'll probably like the yellow stuff better. So we'll try that next. The yellow stuff. I'm gonna pick up that thing. And then there was one pupper butt.
A bit of comfort.
Well,
on the
alright, you're
road
back
to
already.
damnation.
Welcome back. You like scotch better? Well, what kind of scotch? Okay, so I have no idea what to expect for the lair boss in this area. I didn't mean to buy thunderclap grenades. I was trying to buy healing salve. Okay, well, that happened. So, yeah, I assume that we're gonna have issues with bleed. You take clotting powders. I guess take a thunderclap grenade, which I accidentally bought. You take that. Trinkets. We've got bleed resistance. Give that to you as well because we are a bleedy bunch. Take your bread. And everybody's off to a rocky start across the board, although I don't know why NPC and Walter are so friendly. Like, super friendly, actually. Alistair and NPC are unfriendly. Alistair's unfriendly with everyone. Everybody. Let's improve Alistair and NPC. These two. And then who can we afford to take some speed from? These two. Ooh, they got +2 for that. Save it. Well, let's use it. Because our goal is to clean out the lair. Death blow resistance. How about the occultist? Healy occultist. Okay, that's it. That's all I got. I've got... Well, I guess we have baubles. We could get a minor protectorate, although that does affect the occultists a bit. Anchoring charm. Strong shackles. I'll take the clandestine cape because that does benefit the grave robber. And now let's go. Rest and head to the tangle. You like the stuff everyone says is nasty and undrinkable, particularly is this La Proig? You really fancied a cocktail, but the cocktail bar appeared bereft of staff, so you had a beer from the main pub, sat outside and read. You're lucky to live where you live. That sounds really nice. That sounds super nice. La Proig. La Proig. I really like Speyside Scotch. That's all I know. The less peaty ones, like the brighter flavor. I don't really like smoky or peaty flavors much. So I haven't really tried many types of Scotch in my life.
Resignation.
I feel like I should preface that. I feel like I should preface with that, but in my experience, like Speyside, I preferred way over, say, like Highland Scotch. What are our goals? I can just check here. Visit 2 creature dens, enter the shroud, land the killing blow on creatures, and use anti-venom. Okay, well the creature den's right there. Hero Shrine. Lair or Hero Shrine? I have to pick. Whoa! That spooked me. Hi, Belle! Hello, Belle. I feel like you are off early today. Thanks so much for the raid, Belle. Hi there, Monkey Wagon. How was Warhammer? Belle, welcome in. Hi, Elfie Bean. Welcome in, everybody. It's nice to see you all. Happy Thursday. I'm Jess. We're playing Darkest Dungeon today because I am not at all addicted to this game. No, I'm not. Not in the slightest. You ran around in Botanical earlier, so having fresh air poisoning. Fresh air poisoning? That sounds like the opposite of what you should be having. Hi, Spexy Vampire. I hope you're all having an absolutely great day. This is my first stream in like 5 days because the last 2 days I was not feeling so good. Right before you all showed up though, we were talking about Scotch. And I saw Utopian. There it is. Like a few of Speyside malts. Got relatives down that way. In Avamore, so they keep you right. Like, where do you find Scotch varieties aside from the... Oh, pollen-filled air, fresh air. Gotcha. So we're just starting a new run. I actually made it to the Confession 2 boss and promptly died. Didn't survive. But all the while, I'm very satisfied with it. Because we made it there. Sweet. And this is all good stuff. The back of the liquor store, in the locked cabinets, under the unblinking gaze of the cameras. Ooh, that's the expensive stuff.
Analysis is invaluable until it becomes an excuse for inaction.
An unwavering standard, a trinket. Each hero on combat start. 33% chance of getting block. If first in turn order and there's a miss, a chance to be weakened. I guess let's give that to Kenna, our flagellant. Our party, I've tried a different party than I would normally do. The Dead and the Cursed. Walter the Leper. Kenna the Flagellant, who's like a zombie, I guess? Undead zombie. Alistair the Second, the Warlock. Or, sorry, the Occultist Warlock. And then we have NPC, our Grave Robber. It gets expensive super fast. Yeah. It does. American booze rules are quite opaque to foreigners. Yeah. It's quite opaque to us as well because it varies based on what state you're in. And sometimes down to like the municipality of where you're at. Penderin. Okay, so we've come across a creature den. Fortunately, everybody wants to go in. Everybody wants to go in. You have to go to a special store to buy wine stuff. Yeah, that varies by state. So, some states have it so that you can only go to a designated store to buy alcohol of any type except for maybe like heavily watered down beer. Like all booze can be sold in supermarkets in the UK. Depends on the state. So like I've lived in a few states where you can just go to the supermarket and buy booze. But there's also a lot of states where you have to go to the liquor store. Oh, Solantre brought me food. Thanks, Solantre. And the cat was trying to steal my food. Hi there, Tarek. Can't buy booze on Sundays. Again, that's a state rule. Or even dry counties. Yeah, so I mean, I've lived in a bunch of places. Like, really, really strict liquor laws. You can only buy it from, like, the liquor store, which is only open, like, Monday through Saturday and closes at, like, 9 p.m. Did he bring me booze? No, he brought me a salad. Yes, we have some really weird liquor rules. Very odd indeed. Hi, Sleepy Dragon Man. How's it going?
The slow suffering begins. Bravo!
We used to have stuff like that. When you were a teen, pubs could only open at lunchtime and in the evening, except for on Tuesdays. That's so weird. Except on Tuesdays, it can be open all day. Yeah, it's just really odd to have to work around. Like, I want to go for the spider on the off chance that we actually hit it. Sweet. Been happily looking for a while, although unhappily at a headache that hasn't gone away all day. I am very sorry about that. I'm sorry about your headache. I hate headaches. I had a terrible headache yesterday. I'm just assuming this is gonna die. Okay, good.
The smallest variable can make all the difference.
Yes, okay. I lost my train of thought for a second, but I caught back up. I had such a terrible headache yesterday. That's why I didn't stream. I mean, that's not the reason why I didn't stream. I had so many nightmares the night before. So that when oh yeah, we're in a lair. There were bits of whales that were completely dry. That's so odd. We actually kept our tokens and everything. I guess we're going for this one. You don't get a turn. I don't think this is gonna help. Okay, well, one of them did get blighted. Cool. Poison dart, flashing daggers, thrown dagger. Nobody is comboed. I didn't think about that. When I picked the grave robber for this group, I didn't think about the combos. It is a damp country. I was about to tell you my nightmares. Oh yeah. Well, I had nightmares, like so many nightmares the other night, that when I woke up yesterday, I felt so awful. Just headaches, backache, all the aches. Like I said, I felt feverish.
A righteous action.
I don't know how this whole their thing is gonna go with this group.
Measured and steady.
No, a crit of 11. So that's why. Oh yeah, I forgot about the eating the enemies thing. That is why I didn't stream yesterday. I was just like, I felt so bad. And the day before, I was so tired, like a zombie. I just didn't sleep at all, and I think I also had a bunch of nightmares. I've just had like 2 days of nightmares. Oh, it's okay, Monoret. I have them a lot. Like, a lot. It was just particularly bad. Oh, yes. Weakening curse. Just what I needed. Munch, 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 munch.
Fight through the fatigue.
Munch, munch, munch. How about some punch instead? Punch, 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 punch. 0 to 10. How about 18? I don't really understand the occultist's healing. I haven't had a chance to really analyze it in depth. Alright, there's our death blow. So we just need to kill the last one.
With impunity.
Grave Robber. You don't need heals. This thing has a lot of blight resist, but we can go for it.
A calculated generosity. But a welcome one nonetheless.
3. Unfortunately, cannot heal the flagellant. We went over this. Flagellant. We cannot heal them because nobody has a negative token. Hi, undeserved capybara. Second to last time I went to Wales, you were struggling to hold the car in a straight line going over this old Severn Bridge. It was a very windy day. Driving over bridges on a windy day is spooky for sure. 11. Thank you, undeserved capybara. I think I will. Last night was much better. Last night's sleep was better. Work is finished and you are done. That's nice. Deliver this to the inn to remove all diseases from the party and 2 mastery points. No worries, Rock Penguin. I'm glad that you got your work done. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Or evening, I guess. Daytime for me, evening for you. Mr. Kitty, this is not your food, it's mine. Okay, to the hero shrine we go! I can't remember what chapter I'm on for anybody.
Look ahead. A place to reflect, remember, and reconcile.
I think we're on chapter 2 for you, chapter 2, chapter 3, and chapter 3. Okay, so let's unlock... a new skill for the Grave Robber. Let's try that. A new Grave Robber skill. Because I really like the Grave Robber, and I feel like she's a little bit limited right now. Mine. Oh yeah, look at this. The kitty gave up.
Chapter 2. Nightcap.
Nightcap. Cat. Now he's just gonna sit there and stare at my food. Okay, we have to solve a puzzle.
Night after night of disrespect and abuse. Enough was enough.
Disrespect and abuse. Ugh. I already don't like this guy. He has got a liquor cabinet that is protected by the enraged husband. Placate. 100% chance to hit. Slurred bombast. Bombastic abuse. Fade back. Okay, the goal is enough is enough. So we fade back. We're hiding. Oh. Poison his drink. Take a breath. It's guarded. So we can't poison the drink because it's guarded, so we're hiding again. We're stealthed behind the room divider. Now's my chance! Poison the drink! In one gulp. He's blighted. Okay, we're hiding again. I kind of expected the grave robber to, like, stab her husband to death, not poison him to death. I guess it makes sense, though. I think this is the easiest one I've done. That one was super straightforward.
She listened, smirking, as his empty apologies came in desperate, choking gags.
Okay. Huh. That's a weird one. Repartee requires she be stealth, but she gets 3 stacks of dodge. She taunts herself for 2 tokens and removes stealth. That is very interesting, to say the least. I feel like that would work well with the flagellant. I forgot all about these other abilities. Yeah, instead of having Fester, I'm gonna go with more, which is a weird healing ability. Every time the flagellant takes damage for 1 turn, he gets a pain token. And for every pain token he has, he heals 10% at the end of their turn. So it works for anything. I think it's damage over time, enemy attacks, and self-damage. So then if we flip over to NPC and try repartee instead of flashing daggers, those are negative tokens that the flagellant can remove with their self-heal. I know we had a very long discussion about how to pronounce
It is low
Like,
indeed.
that class's
to profit
name.
in
I
destruction.
want to say Flagellant. I know we talked about it, and it came out as it's Flagellant. I think. Flagellant? Flagellant. TBH, neither way sounds correct. Hi, Ragnar Twitch. Hello, Jess and Kitty. Yeah, look at that fluffy face. He's just the cutest. I love him so much. So yeah, Lash's gift. Heal 20%, steal all negative tokens. So now our grave robber just has the dodge. 3 dodge tokens. And no taunt. Thanks so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome! Beginning curse. Can you see the kitty cat pretending to eye my salad? Or pretending to sleep, but he's actually eyeing my salad? Look at this guy. Okay, pick up my fork. Poke it into the plate. Oh, he might actually be falling asleep now. He was giving me the side eye there for a little bit. Speaking of titles, we should update our title. Because we're no longer on the boss. The title says it all. United Kingdom considered powerful nation despite needing 3 days to put hat on old man. What? Yeah, look at this cutie pie. No, the coronation of Charles was a 3-day event. Gotcha.
Early results are encouraging.
I feel like I probably should have casted Withstand first. Alright, so we got one dog watching the other. This one has 2 stacks of riposte. So we shall weaken it. Condition blocked because she has to be stealth. And it's like not really a big deal because no one is targeting her in the backline anyway. So I was watching Doctor Who, of course. Like I said, we've been on a bit of a Doctor Who kick, and it was one of the early. It was a Tennant episode with Rose, and it was about Queen Elizabeth's coronation, and it was just kind of like a whoa moment. Whoa. Yeah, Doctor Who, slowly making my way through it. Alright, just gonna try to sneak in a couple heals here. Or just one heal.
They falter, so press your advance.
You like David
past
Tennant better
is
as a bad
gone.
guy?
Let it die.
Oh, there's a super... Oh, I forgot that we were on this camp. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. I'm sure you like looking at the cat. You were thinking the original series with Tom Baker. Maybe one day I'll go back and watch the original. The coronation itself was done and dusted in a few hours. Yeah, there was a whole plot. I know I'm supposed to go to the lair, but I kind of want to go to the hero shrine instead. The goal is to go to the lair.
These seasoned soldiers were deployed
I've never
to a winding
seen
front
the lair boss for
meant
this
to
region.
prevent the cult's descent from the mountain.
Okay, everyone is on a couple different pages here. Kenna wants to help. Have you anything with an edge? Okay, no, Kenna just wants to be a masochist. We could use some light. We're at 64. We lose 25 if we help. Nothing happens if we avoid them. If we do what Kenna wants to do, we get flame and in items. If we do this, we get food and supplies at the cost of flame. Those two are already unfriendly, which is why I kind of want to take this one. Oh, that still doesn't help. Never mind.
The loathing whispers.
You started watching around the end of Tom Baker's era. You were very happy when they brought him back in a later special with Matt Smith. You know what? I've seen that special. I saw it in the theaters, I think. I don't remember one bit about it. Okay, this is our decision. Do we go to the lair, which is our goal, or do we go to the
An
shrine?
elementary problem, is it not?
Let's see what the lair boss is like. We'll probably lose, but let's just check it out. Let's see what it's about. The Doctor Who theme song rocks. Yes, so Doctor Who.
The loathing festers.
We just watched an episode which was about televisions and stuff, but the main focus, like the main plot line, had a lot to do with the coronation of the Queen. And it was so weird to see like a young Queen Elizabeth after she's just recently passed. Alright, the General's Keep. I guess the boss is the General.
Within every keep,
So,
a general and his loyal lumbering guard.
we also just watched a newer episode. It was still Tennant, but it was his second companion. I don't remember everybody's names. Martha? I think Martha. And they had like a whole Harry Potter shtick. And so this was before the Harry Potter movies, I think. Before Dave Tennant was Barty Jr. And they just had such a cringe moment because this was before the age of like J.K. Rowling being on social media and being an awful person. And just like, oof, you all don't know what's coming. It was kind of cringy. I want to try and pull the drummer to the front. It didn't work. I'm still in chonk view. I know, but you can still see the game, right? Right? There. Yeah, Is that the one when they try to make her say, "We are not amused"? Not that one. But yeah, that episode was good too. Chonk view is best view. I know that's what I just tried telling my moderator. Okay, that is 1 pain token for us. That's 2 pain tokens for us. I think we're probably gonna want to use some clotting powders and then withstand so we don't bleed. I'm super excited to go through all the Doctor Who episodes, like to watch all the specials and stuff. I'm looking forward to it. Alright, that drummer needs to die. Problem is, drummer is guarded by someone. I'm not sure who. I think probably this one because it has block plus. I guess I'm picking on this one. I'm picking on you! Haha! Hashtag calculated! Oh! That would have been a nice crit. You tried to rewatch them, but there are too many? I don't know, I think that's why it's fun. But I don't know that I could do all of it. Like, starting with... the originals and then moving through the reboot. I think what I'm gonna do is just work through the reboot and see if we can get all the specials. There's like almost as many specials as there are episodes of the reboot. Although from my understanding, not all of them are lengthy. Hi, Vin. Chonky, feline, shimmer, and chat. Wow, are you calling me a chonky feline? Oh, right! That bypass is guarded, I forgot! The Oxford Gamma is crying.
Brilliant conclusion.
I'm mostly just kidding. The cat is streaming for me in my place. He's streaming for me in my place because I am eating lunch.
Continues.
It's nice to see you though, Vin. How are you doing? Alright, so weakening curse so that our leper can hit them. I'm gonna use Lash's gift and take taunt token for myself. You know what? It would be like super awesome to use. Yeah, so like this one right here. More. When damaged, you get a pain token. Each pain token is a 10% heal at the end of the next turn. So like you could cast this on turn 1. Turn 2 passes, then you could use Lash's gift to steal negative tokens. I guess that wouldn't work, actually. That wouldn't work. But I feel like if you played your cards right, you could get a massive heal. I am the cat's VTube avatar. So are FG and Kiri. The really amazing part is the gameplay and talking while asleep. I know, look at that smushy face.
Messy, but effective.
It kind of bugged me that he wasn't centered in the camera frame. You're doing well. I'm busy with work. You're on mobile during a break. Break time. There's so much salad. Cilantro, do you want the rest of my salad? I can't eat this. There's a lot of salad. It's really tasty. A lot of salad. Orange, sleepy floof. Spherical and cute. He is spherical and cute. He is, isn't he? Throw and dagger. Pierce's guard. I forgot. No, Mr. Kitty, no, it's my salad you can't has. He's like, well, okay, look, if you don't want your salad anymore, I'll come get it. I don't mind one bit. I don't care that I'm an obligate carnivore. I'll eat this salad and like it. Mine. Here's some overexposed doggos for you. Chonk tires of your adoration. Chonk requires poisonous, non-consumable human food. He sure does. Oh yeah! Must spend their entire turn using the firebomb skill. Okay. Pyromaniac. I do not understand this heal. Okay, we're just killing the drummer because drummer is bad news. You hope I'm feeling better? Thank you, Vin. I am generally, yes, feeling better. I'm still fatigued and everything today, but I have been worse. Also, it's a bit of self-inflicted fatigue. It is a bit of self-inflicted fatigue because I had a conversation yesterday about napping, like having lots of nightmares and naps. And the bottom line of the conversation was kind of like nightmares are not as common during naps as they are during like a full sleep. And I hadn't really made that connection before. Like, you know what, you're right. Whenever I take naps, like, they're usually very peaceful. And I feel much better afterwards. Alright, we're gonna do a thing. Okay, that did not heal as much as I expected. That did not heal as much as I expected. Sweet. So then I kind of realized, like, through this conversation like, yeah, napping is actually super useful. I should probably do that more. And then that, you know, I fell down the Googling rabbit hole of, can I only survive on naps? And yeah, people do it. There's not a lot of science either way on polyphasic sleeping, which is what that is. Like multiple bouts of sleeping throughout the day. So rather than like sleeping for 8 hours, you would take many naps. So like 3, 4, 5 naps over the course of 24 hours. Biphasic sleeping though is like taking a shorter sleep during the nighttime and then like waking up and later on having a nap. And then I kind of had a moment like, you know, that doesn't sound so bad. That doesn't sound so bad because I tend to end up pretty groggy if I try to like, sleep all at once, like a monophasic sleep pattern. I have found it's very rare that I wake up refreshed. I either wake up too soon and I'm tired as heck, too late and I'm groggy, and occasionally I wake up like just at the right time. But I have found that out of those 3 circumstances, the one that generally happens most, the least often would be actually waking up refreshed from sleep. More often than not, I'm groggy, but on the off chance that I wake up like maybe after 6 hours, I'm usually tired, but I feel more alert, like I have less brain fog, if that makes sense. So like, sleepy, but less brain fog. So then I kind of was like, well, why don't I just do that? Like, try to sleep for 5 to 6 hours, and then dedicate some time every day to napping. I love napping. So, we're gonna give that a go. Something annoying just happened. I need my desk, which did the thing where it essentially wiggled my DVI cable ever so slightly and made my monitor disconnect. And now for the incessant unplug, replug. Unplug, replug. And I lost chat and everything. I have no chat right this second. Hold on. Ugh, I think we're gonna die. I'm doing it though. I've never seen this lair boss before. I've never read about them because I didn't spoil it for myself. So we're just gonna do it. Okay, that's not what I was expecting. There is a tree growing through them.
Into a dream, and there he must stay.
He has retreated undying into a dream, and there he must stay. I can't tell if the tree just like punched through him or if it grew through him. The detail of the armor sort of looks like it punched through from behind and caused the armor to go. But also, how does that happen? It is an ant, but evil. Okay, I know I just turned this on, but let's take a look at our dreaming general. 3 speed, 185 health. Oh, lost my doggos. My doggos left me. Not at all burn resistance. Got some blight resistance, a little bleed resistance, but immune to stun and being moved. What is this over here? A taproot. Invulnerable. Has 99 HP. Is immune to all the things. Okay. So if we dealt blurn damage, if we dealt blurn damage, that would be good. Everybody's tangled in the growth. Ominous vines encroach from above. You know, I can do that too. Clotting powders. Let's withstand. I expect bleed. I think there's gonna be a lot of bleed. And I know that there's blight resistance, but let's just...
Measured.
That's what this party does. That is what this party does. Alright, occultist. I love the animation for Weakening Curse. It is so cool. Like, that would make an awesome alert. Like, next time we do it, I'll show you what I mean. Alright, we got a self-empowered token.
The fiend's strength
Just keep
dwindles.
stacking it. Unsettling Whispers. Tangled Growth. Vines hamper movement. -2 speed. Alright, we're taking the blindness token. Healing 10%. Creeping growth. Is this just gonna keep getting worse and worse? Strangled. Vine constricts both mind and body. Strangle 2. Interesting.
Nearly a year of greatness. You're awesome, Jess. And you too, chat. Jess distracted.
I am just distracted now. Valvenard, thank you so much for 11 months. Nearly a whole year. I greatly appreciate you, Valvenard. Thank you so much. You just like the emotes. Not me, but the emotes. I guess we can throw this at you, can't we? I feel like I should keep lighting. I think we should keep lighting. That's not what you meant. Well, that's what you said. I'm just kidding. I know what you mean. Well, I know what you mean.
Excellent.
Oh, big crits. I like it. The emotes have nothing to do with the message. They're fun. Whispering Darkness. Target allies stress. A brook that babbles the names of the dead. Now that look, they're both in the darkness. Haha, Mr. Kitty. I put the food away. See? See, I told you. He was stalking me. He was stalking me. Look at this guy. Oh, you're so cute. I love your fluffy face. His tail's like, flip, 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 flip. Put me down, human. Stop doting on me. Salad is good for cats. Cats are obligate carnivores, meaning they need to eat meat to survive. Whispering Darkness. Is this all we do now? Do we not do anything besides whisper in darkness? Because that's not good. Apparently so. Toxic. Toxic, bad, but also good. You know nothing of devotion. I don't think these two attack anymore. Which is a little bit concerning. Now they're all... Maybe I need to attack this vine. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, I was a little concerned over my inability to do anything.
This road cannot
Nice.
be walked alone.
Trunk will leave this out alone in exchange for popcorn. Oh, this kitty face has not had popcorn in a minute. I'm sure he would really like some popcorn. More! 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 The vines are creeping back in. They're creeping. Here, also whatever I just said. An obligate carnivore.
Incremental, but deadly.
You've
all
never
the
seen a
same.
cat eat popcorn? Well, now you have. Well, actually there is a clip of him stealing my popcorn. Okay, Lash's gift counts for a pain token. Yes, it does. I love it. Yeah, and now we can't use either of their abilities. So, I guess let's keep throwing poison darts. We're getting there. We're dealing... Well, it was 50 blight over the next 5 turns. Well, it was 10 blight, 5 turns. This one's gonna be 8 blight for 4 turns, and then 6 for 3? I think that's how this works. Look, we're getting there. This seems too easy. He's obsessed with it when presented with the opportunity. Yeah, if someone could find the clip, I have no idea, like, when or what that would be from. I'm just gonna keep throwing blight at you. This is all we can do. I can take a small stress heal. I don't think it's worth. I think we just need to keep chopping. You have 17 HP. He kills himself in 2 turns. Resolute. Meltdown! We just picked up a new quirk, Fragile. Or maybe Fragile was already there. Yeah, we can only whisper. That's really odd how all their animations reset for that in particular. Nobody can do a thing on their turn. Oh, he's got 1 HP. Come on, team, we can do this. We can do this. He's got 1 HP.
There remains a foothold. of
1.
this mire. Now climb.
Whoa! No! 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 Yeah. 3. I think it would have been better just to pass the turn.
Wonderful thing.
Okay, I'm gonna steal the negative tokens off the Grave Robber because she should go first because she's super speedy. Is super duper speedy and should be able to hopefully deal a death blow. Okay, we got another turn. Death blow! Wow! We just took out the Sleeping General first try. That was not as bad. Okay, so far, Sleeping General is my favorite. Sleeping General be favorite. Ooh, look at this trophy. The Nightmare's End. Trinket prices reduced by 75%. Dang. That's so nice. How heavy is Chunk? 12 to 15 pounds? Yes.
The loathing abates.
You think he would have both the salad and the popcorn? Hi, Elisa Dell. I think you're probably right. He's a chunky boy, all right. Here's this to remove blindness. Sure. Take some traps. We've also picked up some trinkets. Footman's Grog. Convert weakness to block. Vulnerable to block. Convert weakness to strength. Indeed. You know who that could be nice on? That could be very nice on Kenna, who likes to steal negative tokens from others for a self-heal. We've also got a Greater Protectorate, which is awesome! Plus 20% healing given. You can take that, Occultist. And an insulating... I was trying to say insulting insignia. We have first in turn order... You shouldn't be first in turn order. Random ally on turn start block. 33%. Yeah. Alright, we're just a stressed out group. Forward! How you doing, Lisa Dell? So, I think the heaviest he's clocked in Papa Ponage is... probably closer to like 16 pounds? We put him on a diet.
Incoherently, but his prices remain fixed.
Oh, I've got a lot of stuff. Look at that. 68 bobbly things. I can afford the thing! Fate's Foreteller. Oh, but there's other stuff here. Mortal Ward. On entering Death's Door. Crit, double dodge, and a stress heal. There's a leper trinket. I don't think that's helpful because our speed is not that low. The Greater Sharpness Charm is really nice. What is that? It's an occultist thing. Convert weakness vulnerable to a empowering token. The pull skills add 1 negative token. When moved by the enemy, 33% chance to get a negative token yourself. He's got nice stuff. He's got a whiskey bottle. And a whiskey flask. I take. I can't pass up Fate's Foreteller now that I can afford it. I can afford Teller. Okay, I'll stop there. Calming incense, yes.
A bit of comfort on the road to damnation.
Damnation, schmamnation. Sweet. So yeah, we put him on a diet. Back to what I was saying. I need somebody who has really high resists. $30, 90 resist total. This is 80 resist, that's 50 resist in total. Although if I get rid of that, that's 40 resist. Why don't we give you Fate's Foreteller and bleed resistance in exchange for burn? Yes, let's just go with that. You arrived just in time to see a victory. You must be a good luck charm today. You must be. That was my first time taking on that lair boss, and it was so much easier than others have been, but I also think we just had a good party for it. I'm not sure in what regard. We just had a lot of self-heals. I think largely that was it, self-heals. So, cats. Obligate carnivores, meaning they are evolved to eat meat. And so he's had a lot of health issues growing up and throughout his life. And vets have put him on, prescription diets, which...
Cunning. You may outwit them yet.
more or less are helpful, but not exactly. We still can't really do a heal here. Especially because prescription diets have a lot of junk in them that cats really shouldn't have. And so we tried a whole bunch of stuff. At some point we went to a vet who was like, yeah, just feed your cat meat. And they're like, we're about to... Resolute. Why does everybody keep having a meltdown? They hate each other. Yeah, so the vet was like, just feed your cat meat. I'm telling you, just do it. Just do it. And that solved most of his issues. Because it makes perfect sense. It really does make perfect sense. Cats are evolved to be predators, and they get a lot of the food and water and nutrition that they need from their prey. Like when they consume their prey, they get the nutrients that they would get from plants, just, you know, diluted a little bit, like in the form of, you know, say a mouse, right? The mouse consumes what a cat can't consume, but in doing so provides the predator with the nutrition that they need. And so that helped him a lot with his health conditions. And so I think at his heaviest he was like 16 to 17 pounds. And his slim, like healthy weight, I think is about 11 or 12 pounds. Right now I think he weighs closer to 10 or 11 just because he's going through a lot of treatments.
Weaken them, that another may finish the work.
Like cancer treatments and things. I feel like I should have healed there. I'm just gonna use all these traps and stuff that I've got. Why not? Heal 20%. Steal negative tokens. Kitty has cancer. Yeah. He has I feel very bad. I cannot like finish a thought today.
This wound, at least, has been tended to.
Okay, hold the thought on all of that for a second. So, requires the target have less than 33% health. If he's got the empowerment tokens, which he does, he'll get a 100% crit heal. He does not, sorry. Target heal 0 to 33%. Oh. So the upper end of the heal is 33%. I have misunderstood that this entire time. 1! A heal of 1.
Steady
Beautiful.
yourself.
You had a diabetic cat? Yeah, so he's also got hip problems and stuff. He's supposed to be getting injections for it. Oh, we just haven't. We just haven't because he's doing the cancer stuff and we're just focusing on that. So he has a little bit of like muscle atrophy in his back legs. But yes, okay, so Kitty does have cancer. Yeah, he's got nasal lymphoma, which is a less aggressive form of cancer in his nasal passages. Prognosis on cats with nasal lymphoma tends to be a little bit better than other types of cancer. And so our options were kind of just like let him enjoy the last few months of his life, or try the cancer treatment and he could, so who knows, it's like it can work, it could not work. First off, it could work but not for long, or it could work and like extend his life considerably, and there's really no way to tell without just doing it. So that is kind of what we just decided to do. especially because cats don't tend to experience the side effects of chemotherapy like humans do. So like when you think of a human going through chemotherapy, you think about like all the negatives that you hear about. Like cats just don't have that. They don't have like any issues with hair loss or like issues with their fur. They don't have any issues with elimination or like pain or any of it. Like they just kind of do it. The worst that they can, or the more common side effects are things like nausea and puking. But I mean, he's for the most part been like side effect free. Hopefully the kitty is no longer venomous. He's venomous every week. These heals are bad. He's venomous every week because of his treatments, like his the residual chemicals in his bodily fluids are poisonous. So you're just not supposed to, you know, like, touch their pee or poop while they do their treatment, which, like, I don't know why you would do that anyway, but, you know, just, like, wear gloves and stuff and cleaning the cat box. Alistair, I missed your message. Please sleep well. Get all the energy back that allergies have stolen from you. Take them all back.
A little help impeccably timed.
Hi, Real. Nice to see you. Kitty's literally toxic. Yeah. Does he know that he's toxic? I don't think so. We are about to have some mental breaks. That's alright though, we'll kill that. That was the tricky one. He was venomous and poisonous. No, just poisonous. Okay, we got a good heal there. I mean, I hope he gets better too. Although better is... what's the word I'm looking for?
Steady yourself.
This time he like crit 3 times in a row, right? Does 0 out of 20 relationship. Wow. Does the flagellant, yes, ever have a breakdown besides toxic? That's the only one that I've seen. You can't use Lash's gift because there's no negative token to take. Guess we'll go for this heal instead.
The mind's grasp grows tenuous.
And the word I was looking for, actually, yes, was relative. Because he... It could work for him, it could give him a couple more months, it could give him a year, it could give him many years. It really just depends on, like, how the treatment works. And unfortunately, without spending lots and lots of money, like, we can't tell until the treatment's over. So we're kind of in a tricky spot here. We are healing 10% at the end of the turn, so we don't have to worry about that. If we deal damage, we take 10% self-damage, which could be a kill. Self-kill. We could heal somebody else and deal 20% damage to ourselves, which also might kill them. We could stress heal somebody else. And between the bleed So basically what I'm saying is we could risk it, heal like the occultist, deal 20% damage to ourselves, which is effectively 0 damage. It's just whether or not we want to play with fire, because there's a 61% chance. What a debuff. -20. From the inn? I don't know. I might just endure. Move some stress around. We hope he gets good. I hope he gets good too. So that he is on medications and things. Doing this instead of healing because this is going to make this much easier for the leper to clean up. If I apply a negative token to our grave robber, then the flagellant should heal themselves. See, leper cleans up. So now we should be able to steal taunt, self-heal for 12, and then we could cross our fingers and hope that a heal goes well. 22, I think that's pretty good. I really like our undead zombie. I really like them. They're quite fun.
Strength dwindles.
It's like constantly playing with fire, but I like it. I guess it's like more playing with blight, but I like it.
Well done.
Dang, occultist! Show him how it's done. Sweet. Okay, nobody died here. I thought somebody was gonna die. I definitely thought someone was gonna die. Okay. Yay! It's made it very hard to get through such what feels like such a simple conversation to have. So he is on one medication, steroid, that kind of just suppresses the cancer. It doesn't cure it or send it to remission or anything like that. But it kind of just like is a pause button on the steroid, that is. And so the option was to keep him on that for a few months, and he would just slowly degrade.
Even more, perhaps, for the
and then,
restless
like,
soul.
that's that. Or we could, you know, go with the I do not like fragile. I don't like it. Erudite. That's nice. NPC misses the mark. 10% chance to be blinded at turn start. All diseases are cured due to peculiar secretion. I don't know if anyone was diseased. But yeah, we chose the chemotherapy because of the lack of side effects. Like, his quality of life has not degraded. If anything, like, he seems to be doing much better. We got the occultist trinket. If a target's on fire, we give them extra heals. Yeah, I'm going to do that, I think. And so our thought process when we first started going was like, if he didn't seem to be taking the treatment well, or like was having bad side effects, like one of the rare instances where the pet experiences like nausea and stuff, like maybe we would stop. It just really depended on his quality of life. But if anything, it's just gotten better. Like, he's spunky again. He is a walking terror. An absolutely cute, fluffy, deceptive walking ball of terror. Yeah, he perked up. On the flip side, though, it's very expensive. Very expensive. So I can understand. I can understand people taking different approaches to how they would handle such a thing. If you know what I mean, because first off, it's really pricey. I think the whole thing at the end is like close to, I think, 7K, but it's over multiple months, and we have pet insurance that helps out. A study was done once. I listened to it on NPR. Most people put a price point of around 5K on animal bills, which is like very funny you say that. Because after insurance and everything, like, that's kind of what it comes out to be. Maybe a little less. I think like 4K after insurance is still a lot. And so I can understand like not proceeding with the treatment for reasons like the animals can't consent to whether or not they want treatment. Like, if the treatment was going to put him in a position where he like experienced a massive like degradation in his life quality, like, I wouldn't do that. Like, I want him to live his best life, however long it might be. But like, it's also pricey. But I understand all the different ways that you can handle it. There's like even new emerging methods that are very expensive. I'm talking like $20,000. But it's radiation treatment. I want to say it's like 1 or 2 sessions. It's a localized radiation treatment that has like very minimal side effects. And depending on the region in which the animal's treated, it can like have minimal to no side effects at all. Like previously, radiation for something like nasal lymphoma has had a good chance of blinding the cat or giving them cataracts and that sort of thing. And like, not with the new method. It's just really pricey. I don't know that we want to take any of these. If first in turn order on miss. You are first in turn order, aren't you? I guess it kind of depends on the region coming up. We've got
Everywhere in ruin,
the Fweeter or the
Everywhere.
Shroud.
in need.
A greater gilded mind trinket. So, reduced blight resistance, visit an oasis. We get all the scouting, but avoid all the resistance encounter scouting, but avoid the watchtower in general. I have no idea what flapjacks do. I've never produced them, I don't think. The goal for my party members: use anti-venom 4 times, land a killing blow on creatures, enter the shroud, visit 2 creature dens. Okay, enter the shroud it is. I really like this though. Greater gilded mind. Yeah, maybe we'll go
The farms
here
and
and
fields of
then
our
go to the
kingdom
shroud.
Overrun with
We have to
putrescence and
kill
rot.
creatures. I don't know if the enemies in the Voider are considered creatures. We have 6
Listen.
mastery points.
Practice. Improve.
You do have to put an economic cost on most things, I know. Oh, Tarek, I'm really sorry to hear that. That's so sad. Oh, it's just, it's so sad. It's one of those things, you know, like, pets are great. I actually don't know what the upgraded version of this does. It's a Pain Plus. Okay, 15%. Pets are just great. They're so fulfilling, but then there's that point where it just sucks to be a pet owner. I feel like I should improve my party heal. Maybe we'll do that for the occultist. I've been using Poison Dart a lot. Why don't we upgrade that? Everyone's got 2 abilities upgraded. Let's keep it even. We want Absinthe? Yeah, Absinthe gives Dodge Plus. You always hear about amazing new technologies for cancer for like decades, and it takes so many lives. Yeah. But this sort of thing, I really don't feel like price should be, you know, an issue. One target, -6 stress. I feel like I probably should have done that first. Okay, we have hardly any stress, just a 1. We have a stitching kit to heal 20%. I think I'll do that for Kenna because Kenna can heal Alistair. Yeah, so these are probably the worst party relations I've ever had. Alistair the Second is kind of hated. 0 affinity. Kenna and Walter have a relationship of literally 0. Maybe we should improve that. Just a tad. It's a tough thing after your dog passed. You opted not to get another. You didn't want to go through it again. That said, the dog lived to be 19. It is absurd for a dog. We have 2 stitching kits. Oh. Yeah, Walter and Kenna. Let's go with the big whiskey bottle. Nothing happened. It went sour. Oh my gosh, I thought they just weren't gaining affinity at all.
Conventional fare, but fairly priced.
Where are we going again? Did I say the Shroud? I don't remember what kind of enemies are in the Shroud. Doesn't matter. We should really try and improve party relationships
to damnation.
with whatever money we have. Maybe pick up a piece of bread. A songbook of touching dirges costs 16.
Something to ease the rigors of the road.
Okay, that's all the money. That's all of it. So bread. Let's give it to Kenna. Slime mold. I don't know. Occultist. So, a songbook of touching dirges. Alistair can't do it, but we got positives. Wait a second. Okay, well, NPC is on good terms with everybody, so there's that. Walter and Kenna, not so much. Alistair the second, 60% chance of forming a negative relationship, 28%, 65 base. It gets super likely as soon as you get below 4, I think. So we should maybe improve Alistair and Kenna's relationship. Okay, we got boxing gloves. There's a 25% chance this goes bad. Okay, we have dartboards. A 25% chance this goes bad. Okay. Well, sure. I tried. Yeah, my childhood dog lived to be very old. And it was a really hard thing when the time came. I feel like extra bleed resistance would be useful. Who's got the thing? You've got the thing. Fate's Foreteller. If resisting, heal 20%. If baubles in the inventory are greater than 25, remove 1 negative token on turn start. Could be good for flagellant. You know, I want to get rid of this Heartseeker. I don't think we have to worry about burn in the upcoming zone. I don't think so. I don't think either of those are wanted either. Okay, so the Wainwright.
Each improvement.
Oh yeah, we've got it.
variable
Oh,
in the
trinket prices are
appointing of your
reduced.
fate.
Did I buy any trinkets while I was here? I hope not. So right now we're using the Almanac for the Tangle. Don't need it because we
Experimentation.
just completed it.
Your academic
The Collector's
instincts
Chandelier
serve
increases
you well.
candle stacking. The Shrine Map tells us where the shrines are. This is a moving stress heal. Extra inventory slots. Well, let's go with moving stress heal. Oh, it's
A
super
smooth
cheap to
ride.
fix
For a
these.
time at least.
Stagecoach items are 50% off. Discounted repairs, healed 50%, minus 1 stress. Yeah, trinket prices cut in half. And that includes stagecoach items. Oh no, stagecoach items are discounted from this. We could afford Wolf's Blood. DTR, have a good one! You have a good one. Thank you so much for joining us today. I wish you a great Friday. I can't believe tomorrow is already Friday. I also can't believe what time it is. Okay, I'm going here again. I don't remember what the enemies do here.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, 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 oh my gosh.
Where has the day gone? I don't know. We're about to have some really crazy negatives with this party, though. Envious!
Each covets what the other has, and plots to take it.
Fester gives Alistair stress. Oh. Healing gives Kenna stress. Cool. Suspicious.
Narrowed eyes, muttered threats.
Vulnerability hex.
All trust
Taunts
is
and
lost.
vulnerabilizes. Yep, I'm penning it. Vulnerabilizes. NPC. Poison Dart does the same for Alistair. This lot. Who was the first person? I have to adjust somebody's skills.
The rancid
Yeah.
crop grows unchecked and abhorrent.
It was you, vulnerability hex. The one that I haven't been using. Yeah, let's get rid of the corpse clear. I like having a pool. Let's do that. In danger, jeopardize, hazard, imperil, peril, risk. Synonyms for make vulnerable. Vulnerabilize. Hello, loud noises. Okay, so we have to pass through a creature den, which is good because somebody wants to do that. Visit the creature den. Enter the shroud. Land the killing blow on creatures. Use anti-venom 4 times. Hero shrine. Another hero shrine. Another hero shrine. 3 hero shrines. Well, I've already picked our path. Except I don't think that we can go to this hero shrine and that one. These routes aren't actually connected. Although we have a region goal to visit an oasis, so we can pass by this first hero shrine. Unfortunately. Complete the region goal, go to the oasis, and then from here, do stuff. So we're going... probably to the watchtower, wherever they want to go.
Think carefully.
Today's oversight is tomorrow's regret.
Today's oversight is tomorrow's regret. Been there, done that. Received one of your ER bills in the mail. You love getting charged $300 for drugs they never gave you. Yes, also hello again. The watchtower. So now we know what's coming. Every which way that we go. Well, hopefully it's not too much trouble for you to get it sorted out. Hopefully you've had a good day as well.
Ahead, a bestial refuge, littered with bones and less identifiable remains.
Going for ataxia, and they gave you narcotics. What is it? What is ataxia? Okay, these two want to fight. It was pretty good. I'm glad to hear it. I probably shouldn't have started a new zone, because this day just flew by. Oh no, though, it's been an okay day. Oh, these are creatures. Who needs the killing blow on creatures? Is it you? Yeah, Alistair II requires all the killing blows on creatures. These creatures be squishy. Not squishy, I mean the opposite. They also deal additional damage. Okay, we dazed, stunned 2 of them, which is nice. Hi, Guru! Hello, hello. Let's do withstand. Any part of the body can be affected, but people with ataxia have difficulties with balance and walking. Speaking slowly. Oh, walking, speaking, swallowing tasks require high degree of control, such as writing and eating vision. I see. Yes, so then narcotics are probably not what you want to be giving people. The NHS website is missing some punctuation. Nine HP. You should be able to Get your killing blow. We just
On
need
to the
7
next.
more. 7 more. That one's on you. I kind of figured, but it's cool. I know what you mean. Hey! You weren't supposed to do that. It just mutated. Did you see that? It mutated! Okay, so I said that I was going to show you Weakening Curse. I just didn't have the opportunity in the... Oops, punch mic. In the last battle. I feel like it could make a cool alert of some sort. Like just this animation. The way that he... like... puts that up in the air and then like it drops back into his hand. I don't know. I just see alert. Alert potential. Your head hurts when you lean forward. That happens to me a lot. Look who's now taunted and vulnerable. Didn't get the kill. And that wasn't your blight either, was it? Withstand is the one that taunts. I was hoping to override the taunt on the occultist.
This
Punch, punch,
is
punch.
no time to falter.
Did we already finish the first fight of this lair? I'm going to steal that corpse so you can't use it. I don't know what they use the corpses for at this point, but... Above 42 heal? Did you see that? It was a heal for 42!
By accumulation.
Okay, I think we should get a really big heal from this. 27. I think that's a big heal. Need the occultist to land the killing blow. Hello, hi Kinetic Ghost. Hello, Kinetic Ghost. Thanks so much for the raid. Nice to see you. How have you been? It's been a minute. Thanks very much for the raid. How was Darkest Dungeon 2? How far along are you? Tell us about your struggles and your successes. Long time no see, right? I hope that you've been well. I hope you're all doing well today. Hello, happy Thursday. I had an extra long stream break this week, and it's already Thursday. We're playing Darkest Dungeon as well. I'm on Confession 2. Oh, you're on Chapter 3. Yeah, I finally made it to the Confession 2 boss today and got wrecked. I got wrecked. I cannot believe the occultist didn't get the killing blow again. Was that not the last battle? Oh, we are still in the first one. I see. But I really do hope that you're all doing well today. Like I said, I'm Jess. I play a lot of strategy, simulation, management games. We have a chill and cozy channel here, even with Darkest Dungeon. We can pull it off. You know how we pull it off? Dogs. Look, you can pretend like this isn't a dark game when you can just do this. Dogs! Look how cute they are! There's nothing abnormal happening here. The end of chapter 3 is rough. I'm surprised. Good on you for getting so far along. I've been struggling with the confession bosses. Specifically the lair bosses. I went against the librarian so many times, and so many times the librarian just wrecked me. Hi, Sarah Britt. Hi, Bull Viking. Quick, everyone, pet the dog. Yeah, I know. There's nothing bad happening here. That's what I was just saying. Ingmo, hello. Welcome in. Bull Viking, hello to you. Thanks for coming over with the raid. You and Kinetic Ghost have showed up at similar times. I hope your stream went fantastic. Hi, Rob. A flurry of raids. I really do appreciate it. Thank you both for sending your communities over to say hi to us. We really appreciate it. And I'll say the intro again. I'm Jess. I play a lot of strategy, simulation, management games, indie variety, of course. And it's chill and cozy here, even though we're playing Darkest Dungeon. Look! Cute doggos. Cute dogs. It's all good. You meant the dog in the bottom left, the one with the 8 legs. That's a spider. That's a spider. So currently we're on Confession 2 of Darkest Dungeon 2. The game is split into 5 confessions, so like 5 chapters, and they're very difficult. I've finally challenged the Confession 2 boss today, and we got wrecked. Like, totally wrecked. But now I know what to expect. Those are K8s as opposed to K9s. Oh no! So you should have like actually typed K8 instead of K9s. I think the joke would have been more apparent. But still, good joke. I like. You're still grinding on Confession 2 yourself. That's what we. So last week we did some grinding on Confession 1 because I kept going into Confession 2 and just getting murdered by the librarian. And you know what? We just went against the Shrouds lair boss, and they were comparatively like so easy. No, not the Shroud. Sorry, the Tangle. The Shroud has the Leviathan, and that's all I'm gonna say. No spoils. And the Sprawl has the Librarian, both of which I find very difficult. But the Tangles, the General, was not so bad. The Librarian is kind of easy. No, the Librarian was so hard. I think the reason why is because I like to play parties, I don't know, with a lot of utility. Like, dealing damage is fun and stuff, but I like my utility parties. And yeah, I don't think I had the right build for the Librarian ever. You find the Librarian really easy with the party setups you usually go for. Well, Zara, what kind of parties do you normally have? I meant to switch this back, sorry. You need to beat the farm boss. I don't know that I've seen that one. I found that I really enjoy the flagellant. It's flagellant, right? Not flagellant, flagellant. I'm not really paying attention. You like going for dot builds? It wrecks the Librarian because of his 3 turns. Oh. That is a good point. I hadn't thought about that at all. Flagellant. 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 Oh, I'm not really sure how to play this because my occultist needs to get the killing blow on all of these baddies. I guess let's just go for the ones in the front. Thank you so much for the follows. Welcome, welcome. Wish you all a great Thursday, or perhaps it's Friday for you. And thank you again, Kinetic Ghost and Bull Viking, for coming along with the raids. It's very kind of you. And I hope you both do all the things that you need to do. Take care of yourselves after a stream. Like, maybe going to the bathroom. Very often after I finish a stream, I realize, like, holy moly, I have to pee so bad. Alright, so we're moving them a little bit closer by getting rid of the corpse. I don't know if those enemies use the corpses for anything.
Stupefied.
Oh, we're stunned. How fun. You think we can do it? We can do it. We need to kill 8 creatures. Blinded. Flagellant. 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 I need to come up with something in my brain so I can remember it's flagellant. Our occultist is going to enter Death's Door next turn. I hope they don't die. They shouldn't, but that didn't stop them last time. Vlogmaster.
The slow suffering begins.
Woohoo! I also like going for damage over time builds, but I don't as well. I don't know if that makes any sense. I find it weirdly satisfying to hit these with attacks. Like, they're super gross, and I don't like spiders and whatnot, but when the attack connects, it's weirdly satisfying.
Flagellant, flagellant, flails, flagella.
Flagellant. Flagellant. Flatulent. Flagellant. Maybe that's what I should use. Flatulent, flagellant. Flatulent, flagellant. Thank you for the 100 bits, Sister Puppy. That's really sweet of you. Here, have some stress. Resisted the stress. Resisted. Flatulent would also be an amazing hero. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that being a hero that does a lot of blight damage. You know, like maybe a combo of like fire and blight damage, because with their flatulence, they could not only poison the enemy but also catch them on fire. I have a very interesting mental image of someone like farting over a torch. Oh. We're adults here. Me too, I'm an adult. Could also be a bard. No! I didn't see the blindness token! I really need you to get your killing blows. Like a flamethrower pilot light. Nice, that was a full heal. That's what I was talking about. If you use more, and then do Lash's gift on your turn. Yeah, no, I had it right because... No. This wasn't what I was talking about, but yes, that works really well. We took a lot of Pain Plus tokens from the dots that we had, so I think there were 2 or 3 tokens, so it was a 30-ish% heal plus the 30 here. It was a full heal, somehow.
There
3!
remains a foothold out of this mire. Now climb.
Flagellant. I'm totally gonna remember this. You're gonna die on your turn. They're gonna die on their turn. I don't think that we're gonna be able to get the death blows that they need.
Sweat-soaked brows, unsteady stances. Exhaustion takes hold.
I didn't want it to roll over to the occultist's turn. They were taking 2 sets of damage over time. They probably would have died.
We are the flame, burning brightly.
I got a
for all the
bulbous
world to
venom
see.
gland. Discounted trinkets. My trinkets are already discounted by 75% from the head of
The
the
loathing abates.
general. We picked up Tarantism. Combat items is what it's trying to point out to me. Take those. Take that, and then we have burn salve. Sure, have that too. Excuse me. We're going to the assistance encounter.
Is your coach prepared for the upcoming obstruction?
It is. We have 3 armor. We're about to take 1 armor damage. Jeez. I keep trying to breathe in and coughing instead. Them allergies. Yeah, so assistance encounter coming up, good. And then...
Desperate and wanting.
Is this still the first hero
Will you
shrine?
rebuff their earnest pleas?
Flame and combat items. Bright light. Food and supplies. What do supplies entail? I think because there's in items and then supplies. There's food, in items, and supplies. And combat items. You doubled up on Zyrtec today? I don't know that that's exactly safe. I can't... There's nothing to pick that... They feast on mutton while we eat slime. Okay, jeez, I'm gonna pick this one. It's literally just food. If we just steal their food, our region goal is to visit an oasis, so we can do that by going straight.
Push forward. Lamentably, there is no other choice.
And then we can go to a field hospital and hopefully cure some stuff. And then the hero shrine. Okay, so that's the path.
Consider all
Oasis.
variables, but do it quickly.
There's a battle along the way. Yeah, but so ibuprofen is meant to be like to take multiple in a day, but with allergy medicine, you're only supposed to take 1 in 24 hours, most of it anyways. So I don't know about that. I would maybe say, with my responsible streamer retort, ask a doctor. That's responsible streamer retort. I'm going to do that instead because we might be able to steal some tokens. Or we can cast a vulnerability hex. Take your medicine responsibly. Yep, I feel like I have to say this one a lot.
However horrid, can be brought to heel.
Especially when I talk about like ADHD medication. I try to remember to preface that one like all the time with like, take this responsibly. Oops. That wasn't actually a heal. Get some nice tokens, I guess. I need to move forward. I'm gonna take the turn to move forward. I just realized my party heal's not on the bar again. I was gonna heal somebody, but I can't. The party heal is turned off. Ooh, that was a bad choice because I specifically comboed that person so I could attack them with the leper. Because the leper doesn't miss if somebody's marked. Is not getting drowsy from certain medicines a U thing or an ND thing? I think it depends on the person, but I also think it can affect neurodiverse people a little bit differently. I don't know for certain. Like kind of how caffeine and whatnot doesn't tend to affect somebody with ADHD the same way. And same with stimulants, just because of brain chemistry. I think a lot of that like just comes down to brain and body chemistry.
The enemy weakens and wanes.
Nice. Yeah, let's clear ourselves a corpse. Get a nice heal. Okay, I'm gonna risk this. I'm going to get an okay heal on the occultist and hope that
Steady subtraction,
they kill themselves to
an
damage over
invariable
time.
result.
Scavenge what you can, and be off once more.
When you go to the dentist, you get extra needles. Are you... Silver spoons. Are you tall and... Are you both, like, larger? You're over 6 feet, both of you. So, yeah, that makes sense that you would have higher tolerances. That's just more body mass and things. Larger organs, organ surface area, and whatnot. I don't actually know if that's how that works. More organ surface area. I think it makes sense. Flame and supplies, or flame and a stress heal. Let's go with a stress heal. My game is definitely being like slow and buggy today. So the Oasis was the region goal. Let's go to the field hospital.
Myriad options require careful deliberation.
You don't have to be a ginger to carry
If you
the
hope to
gene.
heal,
Which
you have
which
chosen
gene?
wisely.
I'm missing the context on being redheaded.
They emptied their larders, gorging themselves as the world began
Just
to
the ginger
crumble.
gene in general? The ginger gene's recessive. But where did this come up in conversation? Oh, I can't afford to cure this. That's unfortunate. No, there's nothing good here. You have to get it from both sides of the family to be a ginger. Oh, gingers are more tolerant than usual in regards to anesthesia. I see. I did not know that. What if you were born
ahead.
blonde,
A
but your
place to
hair turns
reflect,
red as you get
remember,
older? Because that's what's happening to
and
me.
reconcile.
I was born blonde, and like now my hair, like in the front, is starting to grow in like strawberry blonde, like blonde red.
We must understand the past.
I think my hair looks
if
a
we
lot
are
darker
ever
than it
to be
actually
free of
is, just because of the camera. I've got this like bleach section that I haven't toned. I think if I toned my hair, it would look a bit more true to form. I'm gonna dye it soon. I'm being lazy. Who should we go with? We've got 2 of your skills. We've got 1 of yours. 2 of yours and 2 of yours. Okay, occultist it is.
Chapter 2. A door in the desert.
I thought that said a doctor in the desert. A door in the desert. Your hubs has a ginger brother and a ginger son, but he's got black hair. Interesting. Your
He
bestie
found
was cranberry red
himself
when
in
you
a
met.
vast
She
expanse
went
of
brunette,
windswept
to her eternal
dunes.
dismay. Oh.
Ahead, the stone spires of a pyramidal temple called down jagged bolts from a rolling, angry sky. Undaunted,
I missed
he
the
crossed
first line.
the threshold of the towering aperture, settled himself upon the central dais, and prepared for the coming sacrifice.
A sacrifice. What is this? Binding Shadows. Move forward 1. It's a self-empowering token when a target is marked. That chat is interesting. I don't think that's going to work well with this party in particular, because this party is not really about moving. But with a really mobile party, this could be super cool. Yeah, that'd be super sweet. Yeah, but so how does it work if like you have? Is it like just being a true redhead? Is that the one that requires both recessive genes, or just like to have red hair in general?
Resist you, Coach
Also, we're out of
Limping.
wheels.
Be prudent.
Maybe at this assistance encounter, we can get a wheel. The actual ginger hair gene. Red just doesn't count. Yeah, nobody's... Our flame is at 19. I'm just gonna make the flame big. We help. 45 flame is up to 65. Hi, Sephinated. Ooh, Sephinated, hello. Hi, Chumler, welcome in. Sephinated, I would have you know, okay, you're the man-at-arms that was named after you, lived for a very long time, made it through Act 1 into Act 2, and died to the second confession boss. But by the end of it all, we did rename you Sussinated because our relationships degraded a lot. Went from, we had like a 3-way love triangle going between the Plague Doctor, the Highwayman, and the Man-at-Arms. And then that just all turned into everyone hating each other. It happens. But Sussinated, yeah, your character no longer lives. But put up a very good fight. Thank you so much for the raid, Suffinated. I hope that you had a great time with Darkest Dungeon today. Hi, Marco Polo. Suffinated. Yeah, everyone became very suspicious of Suffinated the Man-at-Arms. Love triangles never do work out. Yeah, I think it was our highwaymen had an amorous relationship with both the Man-at-Arms and also the Plague Doctor. And it was very cute. You just can't get past Act 2. Go to the Hero Shrine. Yeah, that was my first time taking on Act 2's Confession boss, and yeah, it was a tough one for sure. We've encountered a lot of obstacles on the road. Danger. We're able to bring over the characters to Act 2. Yeah, I was. They just didn't survive.
The future.
So we're actually playing Act 2 again. I don't know why I started another run, because it's so late. Oh, there goes my pupper. But thank you so much, Suffinated, for the raid. It's very sweet of you. Thanks for bringing your community over to say hi. If you don't know me, I'm Jess. I play a lot of strategy, simulation, management type games and genres. A lot of indie variety. It's chill and cozy here. We got dogs and cat. And in the case of Darkest Dungeon, a lot of wanton murdering and stuff. But that's just the last month. I've been on a Darkest Dungeon kick. And like, now that I've been playing Darkest Dungeon 2, I really want to go back and play Darkest Dungeon 1. I've been watching Etel play through Diablo and like doing lore runs and stuff, and now I'm like, well, I want to do a Darkest Dungeon lore run. We already started it, you know, I gotta just finish it up. So everybody is on chapter 3. I just don't know whose ability to unlock. Like, should we... let's try the leper. I want to know how the leper story goes. I also hope it's just... I don't want to answer a puzzle.
Treason.
Treason? The king commits treason? You watched me play earlier through another Seph raid. Suffinated is so sweet and raids over a lot. I appreciate that, Suffinated. Make sure to do all the after stream things and go to the bathroom, hydrate, maybe do some stretching. Hi, Bowman. Is Darkest Dungeon 1 better than 2 in my opinion? I don't really believe that either one of them is better than the other. Which I know is kind of a non-response. I know that's kind of a non-response, but I remember when Darkest Dungeon 2 was first announced, everyone was super skeptical, like, how can they possibly make another Darkest Dungeon game? Like, number 1 does it all. Like, 2 won't be any different. And Red Hook was like, yeah, well, check this out. We've got Darkest Dungeon 2 that somehow keeps the heart and soul of 1 perfectly alive. Same narrator, same like music and atmosphere, but a completely different gameplay loop that really isn't all that different at all. I think they both have their charm. It's just like some differences in meta progression, like whether or not you prefer this style where like you stick with 4 characters for a long stretch to swap them out at some point and maybe during the stretch, like at the end if somebody dies, or if you would prefer to basically do multiple dungeon crawls with different groups and level up a bunch of different individuals. Because like realistically, the biggest difference between the two is definitely party structure, right? Or I guess hero structure, because you have your heroes unlocked in 2, and if they die, they only die for that run. When you go back to the crossroads, they're there. But in 1, like, it's... death is much, much, much more punishing. So all that to say, I think if you find Darkest Dungeon 1 very frustrating because of the, like, high risk factor of the high risk, high reward, Darkest Dungeon 2 is a lot more forgiving in that aspect. It has other ways it makes up for it, you know, but I kind of think that they both really, like, stand strong on their own. Aw, thank you, Stephanated. I know 6-hour streams are really long. Get all the rest. There are no dungeons. The world is a dungeon. The whole world's a dungeon.
Sedition, like any illness, spreads slowly.
Sedition.
Rotten with a cynical opportunism born of long-standing entitlement, the scheming circle of advisors...
I was gonna say sedition is
drafted
like
mutinous
plotting,
plans.
right?
Though bedridden, he had long
Treason,
since
plotting
divined
treason,
their
yes.
intent, and feared the disastrous results of their would-be rule. Summoning his blacksmith and his strength, he hoisted his blade and rose to meet the coming threat.
Okay, I'm glad that there was no puzzle. I'm gonna have to go back and read or like listen to these all in conjunction. Intimidate. Okay, is a taunt that weakens the enemy. That's it. Intimidate. Missed the opportunity to call this game the darkest road trip. It is a very dark road trip. It is. The whole world is a dungeon, though. So we just picked up Intimidate. It's a taunt, and it weakens the target. Right now I'm using Withstand as a taunt. It has a very low cooldown, though. Break is nice, but I haven't had to use it at all this entire run. Let's take Reflection off, I guess. Especially with the flatulent. Flagellant, it's working. Especially with the flagellant, because he steals negative tokens. Okay.
Stumbling and grasping.
Shadows
Onto
of what they once were.
the cultist ingress. The mind-boggling thought that the whole world is a dungeon. So, we definitely had, like, some debating early on when Darkest Dungeon 2 came out as to whether or not this was a different world or the same world as Darkest Dungeon 1. I've since come to the conclusion that it is the same world because the Hoarder is the caretaker. Like, that's not too much of a spoiler. If you've seen the caretaker in 1 and, like, cared to make the comparison, the Hoarder in this game is absolutely the caretaker. And so, I don't know how Darkest Dungeon 1 ends. I've never seen the end. I've never read the lore. I always assumed that they put things back together, but then Darkest Dungeon 2 happened, and instead of just the manor, the hamlet, being the host of evil, like, the evil has surged onto the world. And there are different characters, like the narrator in Darkest Dungeon 1 is the ancestor of the hamlet. The narrator in 2 is the academic. So not related. But I believe this is the same world. Hello, Infinity! Is that the leper? Yes, the leper, flagellant, the occultist, and the grave robber. So I was saying that the leper has a 60% chance with upgraded shop to inflict self-blindness, and using break a 75% chance of inflicting self-blindness. So break is really cool. I haven't had to use it. Or no, I definitely probably have, right? Definitely probably had the opportunity, I just didn't do it. But both of these can inflict blindness on the leper, which is a chance to miss your attack. So Reflection is an ability that removes blindness tokens from the leper himself, but the Vigilant has an ability, a path in particular, the Maniac path, that you can unlock. It sacrifices Blight potency in favor of flexible positioning, debuffs, and disruption. So his ability, Lash's Gift, if you do his base path, so like no specialization, heals him, stresses your party out instead. Like you have to pick somebody to stress out for his heal. But with this path, instead of stressing the party out, he steals negative tokens from other party members. So I've just been having him like steal the leper's blindness and stuff for self heals. And it's really useful.
Malaise, measured and
That was easy.
steady.
It still needs a rebalance. The Man-at-Arms is by far the best hero in the game. I've not unlocked everything, so I cannot speak to that. Like, once I get all the abilities unlocked, if I ever get all the abilities unlocked, and whatnot, then I feel like I'll be able to make the call. But until I have everyone's full kits, it's really hard to assess. You're gonna have to get this game. Yeah, the synergies and stuff I think are really well done. It plays a lot differently. Oh, that's a big difference too. Like the combat system, while ultimately being very similar, like you've got the 4v4 with the ranks and everything, that plays out similarly, but actually we rated extra credits sometime last week, and he said that to him it feels like the token system in Darkest Dungeon 2 feels a lot like a board game. And that like kind of clicked with me, like, yeah, it does feel like a board game, because in one, it's not quite how it works. Like you do apply tokens to enemies and stuff, but just the way that they interact between enemies and also your own team is really cool. So a lot of abilities have been redesigned around it, and the more that I unlock, the more I'm discovering like little nuances, like, oh, like the leper's ability, like at face value, doesn't seem that good. Like being blinded every time that, well, it's what, a 60% chance to blind yourself every time you deal damage. That doesn't seem great. But I can't remember this word. Flagellant really likes to steal those negative tokens, and I just have been really liking finding these synergies. I'm not certain if these synergies exist in this capacity in Darkest Dungeon 1. And so, like, while there are definitely some parties
Bravo!
that, or I guess I should say some classes, like the Man-at-Arms, that perform very well on their own, I think that there are some characters that really shine when put in certain situations. Don't really want to be forced. Let's maybe do this. I don't want to attack the Deacon. I want to attack the Altar. But there's something I can really do. I guess it's attack the Deacon. Okay, well that puts the Altar in a good spot. So like the leper right now is blinded. Intimidate. We missed. And now he's taunting. This is actually a pretty interesting team. I didn't think very highly of them. I just kind of went for it. The cursed and the undead, right? I don't think that they click. Who's Alistair? Alistair's the occultist? Yeah. I don't think they click to
Excellent work.
the extent of some other parties that I've had, but I kind of like how they roll together. Jumbler, thank you for the hydration. Yeah. Should have put the party heal back on the bar. Alright, so more is a really interesting ability. I love it. It's a taunt, but it's special because every time he takes damage, he gets a pain plus token. And it's a pain plus token because this ability's been upgraded. But the pain plus token heals 15% at the end of the next turn. So for the next turn, up until the Vigilant goes, any damage inflicted, that's self-inflicted damage, damage inflicted by enemies, or damage over time, he heals 15% per incident, and so it's really nice. Especially because he deals self-damage to attack, he deals self-damage with a different ability to heal the party, which got disabled because of Fester, but it's been okay. I need to do something about this cherub being in the back. Okay, so we'll pull you forward. Mwahaha! And you're marked. Well, that'll do it. Our masochist over here is about to have a mental break, and I don't have a stress heal. I have no stress heals, so we can clear this corpse that will heal the grave robber. I hope you unlock a self-stress heal of some sort soon. I guess let's get rid of that. The leper's health is not below 33%. Okay, that was lucky. That gives us a chance to heal this stress. Yay! I forgot. All about cruel intent. This works really nicely with the leper. Turn start. take 2 tokens of blindness. If you're blinded, you get all this extra crit. But the leper doesn't miss if somebody's marked. You just have to pay more attention to marking targets. Yeah, we're doing it.
The loathing festers.
The loathing festers. So I really want to play through all of Darkest Dungeon, but I also want to add more games back into the equation. I tend to do this. I fall into a game for a long time and then I'll put it down and forget about it. But what I really want to do is keep playing this game. Hyperfixation. Hyperfixation. Yes, exactly. I really want to keep playing this game, but play other stuff at the same time and just like keep the run
Rest
going
now for a time.
over time. Which is like a weird one. Sworn off the bottle. That's bad. Vigilant. Combat route scouting. That's nice. NPC gains soft. That's not nice. We brought back the bulbous venom glands, so we got stuff. Mastery points. Candles. A greater gilded mind. If I were to end the expedition right now, what would we get candle-wise?
Learn a little
43.
and begin again. Everywhere
The
in
sleeves.
ruin. Everywhere in need.
Belief? Suspension. Plus 4 positive relationship chance. That's nice. Somebody did want to go to the sluice, right? Or was that the last run? Use anti-venom 4 times, then the killing blow on 3 creatures. Enter the shroud. Oh yeah, Walter has a memory. A promise kept. Plus 10% damage. I guess we gotta go to the shroud. It's there. This sluice is also just like a quote-unquote free region. It doesn't actually count towards the region count. Like, so behind my head here, it says regions to mountain 1. So basically, this would be our last region before we take on the Act 2 confession boss, but we could go to the sluice and it would not count. Which gives us more time to accumulate candles and stuff. Oh my goodness! This inn removed diseases. Cool, and trinkets are discounted. Yeah, the grave robber is called NPC. Chat thinks they're real funny.
Conventional fare.
I think they're a funny
but
bunch.
fairly priced.
Oh my goodness, look how cheap this is. It costs one bauble. Because trinket prices are reduced by 50%, and then I have
Your coach must be maintained
this.
if it is to
The
carry
Nightmare's
you where you
End.
must go.
trinkets are reduced by 75% from this trophy. So trinket prices are reduced by 125% right now. Therefore, they cost 1.
One learns quickly when survival demands it.
Buy everything! Unfortunately, there's only 2 trinkets. This would be a fantastic time for there to be a ton of trinkets to choose from. I like all the things that we have equipped on our stagecoach. It's hero scouting, hero shrine scouting, increases the amount of candles we get with the collector's chandelier, and the wind chime is a stress heal after each location. Whoa! Wrong button. How are our relationships? Bad, right? Well, Walter and NPC are on really good terms. When did this happen? Alistair, though. Very friendly. 65% chance of them forming a relationship. So we have nothing to improve relationships. Look at this. 4 and 4. They're so likely to form a bad relationship. which makes me only want to spend money on... I've only got 20 relics. I just want to get whiskey.
Something to ease the rigors of the road.
But it is blocked by Resolute. Which one of them is Resolute? Walter? Yeah, okay, Walter's sworn off the bottle. But Alistair and NPC. No, it's Alistair, Kenna, and Walter. Really need to work on their relationship. Why don't we have Kenna and Alistair drink some whiskey? Which should push them into the unfriendly region instead of the very unfriendly region, which dropped it from 60-something% to a 33% chance of forming a negative relationship. I think once it hits 4, that goes up a lot. So did I pick up pipeweed? No. I'm gonna grab pipeweed. And that's gonna be for Walter, because Walter has sworn off the bottle. Alistair and Walter, very unfriendly. Okay, so now just unfriendly. You take this, you take that, you take this, you take that. And then we have whittling tools, which I've saved for some stress healing. And we've got a bunch of trinkets. Lots of trinkets. Okay. So we do already have a stained item. If I give you that, he's just guaranteed to be blinded, like, constantly. Constantly blinded. But I think it will be okay. I need somebody to take Fate's Foreteller, though, because it's such a nice trinket. This would be like a great chance to go to the Sprawl. So you take that, I guess. The Occultist has already got stuff. If baubles in inventory are greater than 25, remove 1 negative token at turn start. Yeah, it's a tricky one. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's a tricky one. We got the Greater Gilded Mind, which is just stress and death blow resistance. And Fate's Foreteller. I don't even really want that on the Grave Robber. It's just I have better trinkets, I think, for specifically what I'm doing with these characters. Like, removing a negative token is great because we steal them. Converting negative tokens is good because we steal them as well. If we want to lean into the blindness thing, we have to pair both of these two together. Just toss this. This worked really well in the Sprawl. I know they want to go to the Shroud. So I think we would just have a really good luck there. Okay, I'll hold on to those. So we're out of in items too. Mastery Trainer, we have 5 points. Oh, yeah, punish Punish applies a combo token. We should totally upgrade that. Yeah, Deathless. Deathless is the ability I'm thinking of. So I want to turn this off, turn on Deathless. Okie dokie, so onto you. Weakening Curse would be good. That would be a good one to have. I have so many to choose from and I'm not sure what to do. Intimidate just deals a little bit of extra damage and removes cloak. The self-heal is a little better. Good self-heals are always good. Those are always good. Alright, let's grab Weakening Curse. And lastly... I guess Thrown Dagger? The Wainwright. Oh yeah, we do have to repair all our stuff. It's very expensive.
Repaired and refurbished.
Can't
Ready
even
for the
afford to
leagues
repair it all.
ahead.
I don't know, chat. I feel like we should do the sluice. It was pretty cool. It was really disturbing, actually, but it was not long and it was fairly easy. I'm gonna do it.
Unmapped.
Unmapped, unexplored, a
A risky
risky
proposition.
proposition. It's fun to say. It is fun to say, I know. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna hit the rest button. See all the bad things that happen when... But these are all gonna be bad.
Narrowed
Suspicious.
eyes, muttered threats.
Withstand.
All trust is
And weakening
lost.
curse. You buggers. Actually, it's not so bad to cast taunt on the leper, but still envious.
Each
Again.
covets what the other has.
Lashes gift,
And
stresses
plots to
Alistair,
take
sacrificial stab, stresses Kenna. Amorous.
While the heart
The
still
leper and the
beats,
grave robber.
desire will never
You know what? I
die.
can see that. I can see that because from the grave robber's backstory, she killed her husband because he was a drunkard and an abusive one. The leper was once also a man of power, but fell from his position because he was compassionate. Hi there, Raylimp. Oh, but we can't judge. Everyone's got their thing. But the leper's backstory, I'm only on like chapter 3 of 5, I think. But he was the king of his land and a very compassionate king and wanted to care for the sick and the needy and the dying. And in doing so was how he caught leprosy. And we haven't heard the rest of the story, so somehow he went from being a very sick king to being what he is now. But the grave robber story, she was the wife of like an aristocrat, but he was a drunkard and a verbally and I think actually physically abusive drunkard. And so she poisoned him and fled. So I could see the two of them like being drawn together. Anyways, Chop heals NPC and Absinthe removes Bleed Blight Bird. B cubed. Okay, cool. So this game doesn't actually have a saving feature besides autosave behind my head. So I'm just I'm just getting the autosave going. Committing myself to the sluice. And then being a mean streamer and being like, but we'll have to do this tomorrow, I guess. Or maybe next time, because it's been 7 hours, chat. It's been 7